Welcome to YellBro. I am Jordan, and today we're going to react to Dave Smith interviewing this guy named Jeremy Kauffman, who has some, uh, I'll say bizarre ideas, both in some of the things that, once again, no one's getting wrong at this moment, right? Hey, look what Israel's doing. Hey, look at the Trump administration. Hey, this is bad. And this guy might have a different twist on that. Also, he might have some ideas leaning towards, it sounds like race realism. It sounds like it. But either way, I guess Dave is too fucking dumb to pick up on this, or he does pick up on it and he does a cleanup job for this person. But we'll find out. Before I get started, don't forget to share support. Hopefully, donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now. All opinions are welcome, and obviously, everything I show you will be linked in that same description box. And then, I'm going to say this at the beginning of videos from now on. Give the fucking videos a thumbs down. God damn it. Thumbs this fucking video down. I earned it. All right, let's go over some stuff that happened today. As you can see, U.S. CENTCOM forces began launching additional that should be in air quotes, or that should be in quotes, self-defense strikes today at 5:15 p.m. Eastern against multiple targets in Iran at the commander-in-chief's direction. The strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. Now, you would think, I mean, if there's like I don't know, a den of thieves, a den of murderers, a den of whatever, right? Dangerous people with weapons and shit. But they live like 3 towns over. If you drive over and enter their house and they start shooting at you and start messing with you, do we call that self-defense? Do we? It's kind of like the Chud guy, right? Where he's like antagonizing people and it's like, but he was about to attack me. Well, aren't you like trying to get people riled up and shit? I don't know. But let's be real. When it comes to CENTCOM and the U.S. government apparatus, these guys are liars and will abuse, actual real life scenarios of the idea of self-defense in warfare or in, domestic life. They'll abuse these terms to trick you, to get you to be okay with what's happening, even though you should be screaming against it. And most people are, right? They're not buying this shit. Self-defense in Iran, right? You're over there in Iran, and you're going to claim self-defense. Sure, bud. But as you can see, more action happening there. And then obviously, as a result, closures of the Strait of Hormuz, which will lead to economic problems for the globe, basically. Basically everyone, right? So brilliant. Genius. It's all working out. But don't worry, this Jeremy Kauffman guy may not be as upset as you think about that topic, but once again, I'm going to look at some of the things that are like, there's no way to be, like regular people to be in favor of this. Kind of the race realist thing. And it seems like a weird affection for Israel, which is also bizarre. Especially in this day and age. But let's hear it out. Here's this Jeremy Kauffman guy, who I believe is running like the New Hampshire chapter of the Libertarian Party, and he wants to actually leave the rest of the party behind and have his own little thing because, well, no one likes him. Because you're going to hear his ideas, and you're going to be like, ooh, is that Jared Taylor? Is that race realism right there? But don't worry, Dave will clean it up for you because he's such a man of the people. He's here to save us all. He's the smartest guy in the room, and guess what? Let's play. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. I'm very excited for today's episode. Real quick, before we start, guys, Friday, one night only, May 5th, I will be with Robbie the Fire Bernstein up in Toronto at the Parkdale Hall Theater. The shows are almost sold out, so if you want to grab tickets, make sure to go do it. You have a second chance. All right, today's show, very special guest who I'm very happy to welcome back to the show is Jeremy Kauffman, somebody who I always really enjoy talking with. For many of you, I'm sure already know Jeremy. Jeremy is an entrepreneur and a political commentator and activist, a champion of the Free State Project up in New Hampshire, and strategy for people who don't know, the Free State Project is a strategy for libertarians physically consolidating in order to improve liberty in New Hampshire. They've made some huge strides and had some huge victories. And
unless
he is
you have the wrong
also
ethnicity, that might be a problem
the
for him.
chair of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, the most, I think fair to say, the most successful and also the most perceived as controversial state affiliate Libertarian Party. Maybe not a state affiliate anymore. Maybe it's the entire Libertarian Party now. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll get to the bottom of it. How are you, sir?
I am doing great. I think that was all correct. I think the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire is actually the only Libertarian Party still standing. The woke leftists have sort of taken over the rest of us.
Yeah. Well, we can get into some of that stuff. It sure is. It sure is something. I
don't know who likes talking about the Libertarian Party. Either. I think decent people kind of recognize what it's become.
Yes, I agree. That's why we have to we'll it's the spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down. We'll talk a little bit about issues that matter, and then we'll give you a little bit of LP talk as well. I was thinking.
Yeah, you can't have I don't exactly know the details of this, but what I've heard from people is that the main complaint was that their candidate was gay and went to a pride parade or something like that. And that hurt their feelings enough to where they're like, you know what? We got to support this Trump guy who's going to do horrendous shit and blow people up. We need to support Trump because this guy's gay. It's like, you guys are fucking losers. You're actual losers. And it's like, and a lot of these fans will tell me to shut up and let Dave just lead him off a fucking cliff. Whether he means well or not, he seems to be really bad at what he does. He seems to be really bad at it. I know people don't want to hear that right now, or they don't agree because, look, Dave Smith, he destroys Zionists in debates. Like, well, a ham sandwich will destroy, Josh Hammer in a fucking debate. Or Douglas Murray. Like, you guys just get out of their way, and they'll be like unappealing to most people. It's not hard to do. But either way, let's continue. It's just embarrassing and kind of like slow brained. But we're not even at the juicy parts yet. Let's play. Here we go.
Thinking about you.
Be a marathon. Telling you.
But because I'm obviously I'm interviewing you on the show today, and earlier I was on the Piers Morgan show, and we did a panel that was all about this horrible stabbing in the UK, which is from last year, but the body cam just came out, so that's the whole topic. And I was on with Mark Lamont Hill and what was the guy's name? I can't remember. It's like Wajkat Ali or something like that. They're like two real kind of race hustling leftists.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I guess because I knew I was going to be talking to you later. I was literally
keep that in mind. There's a reason why I'm playing. I'm not just skipping through chapters and timestamps. Like, he's basically saying okay, these guys are race obsessed. Wait till you hear what this guy says later, and Dave just cleans it up, makes it look nice and pretty for the audience, so they don't realize what this guy's fucking saying out loud. That's not defensive Mark Lamont Hill, or I don't know who the other guy is. I don't know who he said there, but whatever. Here we go.
That they're like two real kind of race hustling leftists.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I guess because I knew I was going to be talking to you later. I was literally, while I was filming it, I was
Nick
just thinking
Fuentes
about
a race
talking
hustler?
to you about it because I couldn't kind of. Well, look, you've been a libertarian who's been very outspoken, I think, on some of these issues that get you in a lot of trouble. And there was something about listening to both of these guys, and they're both going, guys, let's not make this a racial issue. Let's calm down temperatures. And on the surface, there's something oh, okay, fine. But I said at one point in the thing, I go, hey, internet, could you guys go clip together some stuff of what these guys were saying right after George Floyd died? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, on some level, you just know, don't sit here and tell me for a second that if this story had been a black kid walks down the street and a white guy walks past him, the white people are allowed to have knives, you see, but the black people are disarmed by the state. And then the white guy stabs him 5 times, and then the cops come, agree with the white guy, handcuff the dying black guy, and in their last moments, the last thing they hear is them going, no one stabbed you. My gut tells me Mark Lamont Hill would not go, let's not make that a racial issue. You know what I'm saying?
It's an unbelievable case.
Okay.
And
it's as simple as, do two wrongs make a right? Why would you go there? Right? But this guy's gonna go. He's gonna go. Let's hear it. Here we go.
It's example after example of this, and where the mainstream press, of course, is not talking about it. This is a case that's way worse than like any of the racial hysteria cases that have happened over the last. This is worse than Trayvon. This is worse than George Floyd. This is worse than any of these cases. And we're not going to see anything like this. And
well, it's in the UK, isn't it? Not to say like that's not important because it's in the UK. It's just it is in the UK. I mean, like regular Americans heard of the Trayvon Martin case, a lot because of the media and all that stuff and the hype around it and all that stuff. But it was considered like, oh, it's here, it's happening here, right? And you can understand the long racial history, at least the mindset of racial history in America. But what was this guy in the UK? He was Sikh or Sheik or some shit like that, and I guess he murdered a white dude, right? And it's like I don't know. I wouldn't expect the person down the street to know about that story, honestly, except for the ones that might focus on race. Just saying. But all right, here we go.
We still have today in America, not even just in the UK, massive racial discrimination. Like this idea that wokeness has been defeated, I think is completely false. I think it's fine to say that it's been on the retreat a little bit, but it has not been defeated. We still have, quote, institutional racism, and then this is the funny thing is the right struggles to really address these issues in ways that aren't embracing the leftist view inherently in how we even talk about them.
Racial discrimination.
When we say, oh, well, you're being racist, or this is an example of institutional racism or systematic racism or whatever, and so even when we're arguing against them, we're meeting them in their own frame, but of course they don't play by their own rules. Their rules are completely one-sided, and they only use these rules, basically against the right. And so I think this is still a major problem. Right. I think the idea that it's over is completely ludicrous, and I think this is also a winning issue for libertarians to talk about. Libertarian Party of New Hampshire does talk about these things. Free staters are comfortable talking about these things. We have a multitude of ethnicities, here in New Hampshire, but I think there definitely is a recognition that things vary a little bit by ethnicity in terms of beliefs, and and so I think all this stuff has to be in bounds, and the right.
What was that? Saying ideas and then race. Now, right now, you may view that as like benign, like whatever statement, right? But you'll hear some stuff later on where it's like, oh, this is what you meant. Okay, that's kind of crazy. But don't worry, Dave's here to clean it up. He sucks at it. He sucks at cleaning it up because he's a fucking dipshit. Let's just be honest. But still, you'll see the attempt. Here we go.
Recognition that things vary a little bit by ethnicity in terms of beliefs, and and so I think all this stuff has to be in bounds, and the right has to find a way of talking about it in ways that aren't just talking about it inside of a leftist frame, which is self-defeating.
Yeah, I think that's right. It is a bit of a challenge in a way, because even as I laid it out to you, I mean, I'm essentially doing like the Dems are the real racist thing, but I don't know how else to describe this other than, even as you said, as you pointed out, far more egregious than Trayvon Martin, far more egregious. Like whatever you think of those situations, let's grant like the most charitable interpretations of both. We'll go with the one autopsy for George Floyd that says the cop killed him. We'll go with his murder conviction that absolutely should not have had his knee on his neck for that long after he was subdued. Still, he was a guy with a criminal record who was committing a petty crime, and the idea that he had an interaction with law enforcement that went bad after that is not, like, just on the scale of outrages. He wasn't just a college kid walking downtown who just got stabbed 5 times. And you can just, I guess the point is that you kind of, the part of the reason why this story is blowing up so much online is because it does get to this level that it's just intolerable, man. It's intolerable to expect people, largely meaning white people, to accept this. I mean, the way I said it on Piers Morgan today was, I go, just try to imagine that there's literally the rule in the UK is that Sikhs are allowed to carry swords on them, but the population is disarmed. And so, and I go, so and think about this. Think about also like just the historical irony that the UK has rigged the rules of self-defense, not on behalf of Englishmen, on behalf of Indians. Like, what world are we living in here, man?
You get a.
Well, I think you can be Indian and be an Englishman at the same time. Does he mean white? It's a you're gonna hear this throughout the conversation where it's almost like this, the way Netanyahu describes Israel and conflates and mixes it in with someone being Jewish, where they're like the same thing on one topic, but now it's separated in another one just to cry and claim anti-Semitism, and then same thing goes here, where it's like Englishmen and Indians. Like, well, you could be Indian descent Englishman, right? Right? That can happen. That exists, right? Because England is a fucking country, right? But I'm gonna hear a lot of playing around with words and shit like that. Maybe because Dave just wants to wrap a nice, warm, fuzzy blanket around this Jeremy Kauffman guy and make him feel comfortable. Maybe. But also, I think Sebs explained it last night. Sebs or Jesse explained it last night, where the guy is like a special type of Sikh or Sheik or whatever the fuck, like he's, in a kind of a different version than what most people are involved in. But either way, let's continue. It's not irrelevant, but it's kind of like the angle I'm going towards. It doesn't matter whatever type of religion or whatever ethnicity the person is. But let's hit play. Here we go.
Special line if you go to the stadium, if you want to go to a sporting event where no one's allowed to bring knives in. If you're a Sikh, you can contact the stadium. You get a special entry queue so that you can bring your knife in to the sporting events. And this is like, it's
wouldn't that someone just being nefarious?
Like, I honestly, this is one where I was like, this can't be real. I was like, this has to be someone's like exaggerating or like making this up. I was like, no, it's real. It's real. And so this is okay. And so this is the hard part. And this is something I think libertarians need to get through. All kind of right-thinking people need to get through.
Thinking, huh?
And I don't know exactly what the answer is, but there's this weird aspect where, sort of what's special about Western civilization and, sort of Western European culture is it has this incredible importance towards fairness, that we're going to be fair towards people who aren't our kin. We desire this sort of universalized morality. And I think, the Catholic Church and Christianity deserves a lot of credit for sort of creating this both culturally. I think it also exists in the genetic record. I think it's partially hereditary as well. If you evolve under
What? Wait, what? There's that part. There it is. It's genetic and hereditary.
He said something about fair.
Well, it's genetic. Your sense of fairness comes from your genes. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, well, and Dave has this blank look on his face like he didn't just hear that. Or he's not paying attention, or he doesn't even understand what's being said. But I think as we'll see later, he might hear these things and try to clean them up. Now, is it so wrong to be a race realist? Well, I think you're wrong in the sense of being correct or incorrect, but morally wrong? If you believe it, then fine. That's where you're at. That's what you believe. Fair enough. I still think it's ignorant, but hey, fair enough. But the thing is, just say it blatantly. Why sneak around with it? Although he said it blatantly there, but yo, Dave, what's up with you? He just said that very blatantly, that ethics are basically pressed into your DNA, and it's hereditary because they grew up on snow mountains or some shit like that. Like, get the fuck out of here. Anyone knows a fucking lick about morality would be like, get the fuck out of here. About moral philosophy, that is. And also, it's kind of interesting hearing two Jewish men making the case for Western Whatever the fuck. Right? Aren't you guys supposed to be from the Middle East and Egypt and shit? Wherever the fuck you're from, right? The fuck. But all right, let's let him explain his race realism here. Here we go.
This sort of universalized morality, and I think the Catholic Church and Christianity deserves a lot of credit.
Those are from the Middle East,
for sort of creating this both culturally. I think it also exists in the genetic record. I think it's partially hereditary as well. If you evolve under if a population evolved under a set of rules for a long time, that becomes part of their constitution, in the same way that if a different culture evolves in the high altitudes, if a religion requires universalized fairness and treating strangers in a certain way, then people who are more compatible with that religion are going to be, we're going to find more of them in the population. And so
that's not hereditary, that's conditioning. A, that's conditioning. B, but those religions started in the Middle East. Didn't they all start in the Middle East, basically? They all did, right? And then they spread out from there, but still. Started in the Middle East, but now the Middle East is probably a bunch of savages, aren't they, according to this guy? And hey, man, Israel gets painted a little bit too harshly. I'm like, is this Sam Harris, bro? Who is this? What's going on? But very, very bizarre, this guy. Very fucking bizarre. And Dave's, once again, he looks like he's about to fall asleep. I know I paused it when his eyes, he's like blinking or something like that, but his face in general looks like uninterested in the wild shit this guy's saying out loud. Almost like he's trying to hide it from his audience. Okay, here we go. Hereditary morality, because it doesn't even make sense to me. It was practiced for a long time, so now when a baby's born, they have a natural sense of fairness that was passed down to them from 3 generations ago? Or is it the society they live in? They're following the rules based on the world they live in, where they got conditioned at, right? This isn't exactly true morality, in my humble opinion. But I explained in the Loose for Effect video that no one's going to watch, but whatever. What's it play? Here we go.
There's this weird aspect where what's really special about Western European culture is this desire to be fair, is this desire to cooperate. But now the thing that's great about it is kind of being exploited and taking advantage of, and it's not just a matter of intelligence. It's not just a matter of an ability to contribute economically. There are all kinds of aspects of our society that, our jury trial system depends on people's willingness to be impartial and fair. But if you could be a very intelligent person, but come from a clannish culture where your view of morality is very focused on your family, is very focused on who's close to you, who's in your immediate family, and so there are all kinds of aspects, I think, of things that will break down or at risk of breaking down and are more fragile than we appreciate. And we need, and I'm worried, I do feel like the system is increasingly exploited. The train has no brakes, and it's not included. Anyone's even at the wheel at this point. We have this runaway set of mores and norms and culture that is suiciding us, and it's become this problem that I think about, more and more.
Who's us again? Who's the us there? I guess he means Western European. But does he mean Europe? Does he strictly mean Europe? Does he mean, or does he mean ethnically? Hey, those are two different things, right? The West and Europe, which is in the West. Or does he mean Europeans in the West, which would include America and Canada and all these other places? I don't get it. I don't exactly know what he means by any of that. But don't worry, Dave's not here to ask questions. It's lagging at the reset, though. Sorry. All right. All right, let's get back to this. It sounds like, are you dancing around an idea, man? Just say it, lay it out. And Dave should ask that question. Lay out your exact thesis for what's happening in the world and how do you fix it? Because your thesis of the problem will tell us how to fix it. Not saying this guy's saying that, but if you go to the furthest drastic version of it, and Jared Taylor will say it himself, right? If the problem is culture, multiracialism, right? Like the world mixing together or being around each other culturally or racially, that's going to lead to problems. So Jared Taylor's solution is separate them, separate the races to make it more, peaceful, if you will. I'm like, is that your idea? I'm not saying he's saying that, the Jeremy Kauffman guy, but I mean, a lot of roads could lead that direction if you're not going to be clear about what you mean. Granted, in 2026, I think most people are like, no, thank you, man. I want nothing to do with that shit. That's fucking batshit crazy. And in fact, it's going backwards. Right? But all right, let's hit play.
Yeah, I was the point you're making. I remember thinking about this a lot during the Derek Chauvin trial, which I'm sure probably a lot of right wingers disagree with my take on all of that, but I more or less like, I don't really work up a lot of sympathy for cops in his situation. I kind of feel like this cop is like a guy who you took that job. If somebody had literally had a gun just to defend themselves with and had brought it across state lines and you stopped them, you wouldn't have lost one wink of sleep over ruining someone's life for defending themselves. I just don't, you kneeled on the guy's neck, whatever. But even I, maybe, disagreeing from most right wingers on that. Like even I, just as an honest person,
George Floyd.
You couldn't help but look at the dynamic.
Someone brought a gun across state lines for self-defense.
But he said the leaning on your neck?
Yeah,
maybe he's mixing it up.
It's both. I think he's saying both. He brought up George Floyd.
Oh, okay.
He said, you'd have sympathy for a guy who brought a weapon across state lines for the sake of self-protection or self-defense.
I mean, why can't you just have sympathy for everybody in this situation where it's like the person who actually commits the murder, like, trust me, they're suffering too, whether they know it or not. So I don't know. I feel like that's like a pretty simple. Like, it's not that hard, right? Like it's you don't have to pick the person's team that you need to be on to like rah, go team.
Well, if you actually thought about morality, I think it's an easy cleanup. But if you're thinking more so about what the crowd will like or not like, which is what I think Dave's mindset is, what will the crowd like or not like?
True. Yeah.
Then you're gonna end up sounding like a dumb fuck tits like Dave is.
Yeah.
But all right, let's continue. Here we go.
That trial and go, look, dude, if you can put yourself back in what the culture was like at the time, everybody involved knew that if every juror knew that if you passed a not guilty verdict.
Sorry, can you hear my fan when I'm unmuted?
No, your audio's not going off. You're good.
Okay, cool. Just making sure because it's hot as fuck and our AC's broken, so.
It is very hot, and I have my fan on myself. It's blasting in my face. Pause. All right, here we go.
Major pause.
And go, look, dude, if you can put yourself back in what the culture was like at the time, everybody involved knew that if every juror knew that if you passed a not guilty verdict here, your city was going to burn. Like, people you knew around you were going to be hurt, have their businesses destroyed. People would die. People would be, get viciously beat up and all this type of stuff. And
well, the question is, Dave, is that because of the racial aspect, which I do think is a part of it? At the same time, there are viral videos of a guy with his knee on his neck and this guy saying, I can't breathe, and then he dies. Where I think a lot of people would be upset if that's all they saw. They didn't look into court documents. They didn't fucking whatever. They didn't look into anything except they just saw the image of a guy with a knee on someone's neck saying they can't breathe.
With his hands in his pocket.
Yep. And then they fucking die. Like, I think most people would be upset by that. If they showed,
I don't understand.
Real quick.
Sorry. Go ahead.
If they showed a video of George Floyd fucking, kicking out, rolling over, doing a backflip, then karate kicking everyone, and then he died because the cops were like, we gotta fucking stop him, man, shut him down. Right? They tase him. They tase him because he's going crazy. They tase him and he gets a heart attack and dies. I think people would look at that differently, like straight up, black or white. Some black people will be hardcore, like, no, look what the cops do. See, look. I'll try to find a way to make it. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed, right? I'm sure there's plenty of people that not too many. A minority of people, a minority of the minorities would be like, yeah, bro, he had to do that. Cops are corrupt. Look what they did. But most people, once again, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever, would be like, yeah, I see. Yeah, he's not like some innocent guy. Like, he was doing karate moves and They tased him to stop him, and he fucking had a heart attack from it. So,
yeah.
But of course, these guys who claim to be, I don't make things racial, are actually doing that right now. But what were you saying, Subs? Good.
Oh no, I agree. I don't know. I guess I have a hard time I have a hard time understanding the people who are just like so locked into, I guess, like the political aspect of it that you can't like just look at the humanity of it at all. It's like all you see is like just like a fentanyl addict or whatever. They're like, oh well, he put a gun to his wife's stomach when she was pregnant, and it's like, well, okay, like okay, I'm not saying that's right, but it's like, what does that have to do with anything? I don't know. It's just it's quite puzzling that like at a certain point it kind of just seems like it's more of like a brand to be the anti-George Floyd thing rather than like even it being about the situation. So
yeah, that was the same problem I had with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, where I'm like, like, listen, man, I get it. Like, he's a dumb kid. He felt attacked, and he shot. He killed people, right? He killed some people. I'm not saying he's like, some sort of mass murderer, serial killer, looking to gun people down thing. He looked like a scared kid to me, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But for some reason, people that were arguing in a different way couldn't accept the fact, like, hey, isn't it stupid that he was there in the first place, guys? He's gonna patrol a storefront with an AR-15. Some fucking kid is gonna patrol this little storefront like that. That's a good idea with like a shit ton of people outside. You don't see how that can go bad. You didn't see that? You don't see that as a potentiality? Like, no, we had the right to be there. Like, fuck the rights. What are you looking at as a person? Like, what do you think of the scenario? It's fucked. It's a fuck scenario. When you hear this kid fucking blabbering, crying when he's like doing his testimony and all that, he's fucking blabbering, crying like a child, blabbering, crying.
Those looks real tears too. I'm gonna be honest. Like those look like I have like snot running down my fucking face. Yeah. I'm fucking crying right now. And honestly, like I do feel sorry for him because look what he with, and then look at what the fucking like vipers he's got around him. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, 100%. And you see the guy, or like the Jimmy Dore video, like, oh well, this guy he killed was a fucking rapist or a pedophile. See, why are you defending pedophiles? Like, what? Did Kyle do that in the moment? Why are you dismissing this person as he's a pedophile? Like, that's all they are. Even though I don't even know the exact court case of that person to where it is even proven in that direction or not.
Well,
it's really ridiculous. It's trying to justify it.
It almost gives credence. Sorry, just really quick. It almost gives credence to the stuff that Michael talks about, where it's like, oh, like the pedophiles are the new witches. Like it's the new witch trials kind of thing. It's like, please don't give Michael Tracy any ammo, please.
Yeah.
Please. But it does kind of like it feeds into that hysteria narrative that like that is there, but I think that he hyper focuses on. But it's like, I don't know. It just feeds into those arguments that are really stupid anyway. But
yeah, it feels like
fuck Michael Tracy.
People with high valued internet shows or Substacks or whatever the fuck. Somehow all
internet clout
always get this shit wrong. Like, I don't know how that's even possible. They get so many different things just so blatantly wrong. Like there was no thought in the first place. It's like, how the fuck are these the heroes of the day? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Is that even statistically possible for them to all just be wrong? Like, I feel like there's that's weird. Like, maybe it actually, yeah, it is possible because anything is possible. Sure. But like, probably not.
Yeah. Like, have you heard anyone where it's like, damn, you're consistently just on point? I can't think. They always turn at some point or we're wrong in the beginning, in my opinion, at least. Like
most of the people that I like are like they don't have that big of followings.
They're not known, exactly.
Yeah, they're like not really. I don't know. They respond to my emails, so I know they're not known. You know what I mean?
I mean, shout out to Ed Lee. He's onto something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But all right, let's keep playing this.
I think you're Ed's favorite content creator, Jordan. Secretly.
Except when he's on the fucking video, then he's not.
Nah, he's fronting.
But then I'm not, man. But all right, let's play. Here we go.
There's really no such thing as a fair trial in that type of environment. And it seems so silly to pretend that that's not, you know what I mean? Like this isn't a major problem. And I do think that there is a tendency amongst many left libertarians, which seems to be a convenient tendency to go, oh, we should only care about law. We shouldn't at all care about culture. Meanwhile, they still really do care about culture, and they just kind of want to shoehorn their degenerate culture in. But I think people can recognize that, like, yeah, you kind of can't have a culture. The idea that, oh, you have this cultural problem, but then we go, there's still an impartial trial. No, you really can't have both of those things. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor.
Okay. So, yeah. So, like, but wouldn't it be wild, Dave, if, because what the Jeremy Kauffman guy is saying, it's like, okay, should the trial for the George Floyd case be an all-white jury? Is that where we go? Like, all, European value people, just be them strictly? But then, like, how that works. And you know how it worked in the past, where, like, there was blatant unfair trials and jury trials, like in the past, right? When it's basically like people were blocked from even taking part in that, right?
Good old days.
So it's like,
yes.
So the Kauffman guy's thesis is already crazy off rip. And also, I was like, wait a minute, this guy's Jewish.
I believe so. He doesn't talk about it, so I'm not going to say he's never said it out loud, but he is.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But
and that's not, once again, I don't do that shit with, oh my God, the Jews. Like, I don't fucking do that shit. It's more so just interesting of Western European values. It's just like, like, wait a minute. Do you realize what people are saying out there about Jewish people right now? In Dave's circles, actually. In Dave's world. Right? Like his fans, the internet, that surrounding Dave. Like, you don't see what's going on there? You don't? You don't think it'll turn on you one day if you're... But, do your thing. Yeah. Let's apply.
All right, let's get back into the show.
Don't forget to prepare like Dave. Don't forget.
I have two sort of comments in response to that. One is that culture is clearly important.
No, I was going to say, the reason why I was saying, like, oh, well, he doesn't say that he is. He doesn't talk about it. Like, I've never heard him say that he was, but I'm just assuming because his last name's Kauffman. So I'm assuming, but I have heard some people recently who are Jewish that saying that they don't want to talk about that because of the comments that they get, like in interviews and stuff, where if they're like not, and fuck Israel, I'm not a Zionist,
yeah.
So I'm just kind of like, I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this.
Capitulating to the dumbest amongst us. Really?
Yeah.
What a world we live in. I get why, too, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that that's even a phenomenon at this point in time is crazy.
Disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Calm. All right, let's get back into the show.
Yeah, so I have two sort of comments in response to that. One is that culture is clearly important. Culture is in many ways upstream of politics. One of the reasons that
let me help him out. Conditioning and how people deal with conditioning. That's what you mean, right? Because, well, actually, I think he does actually mean, like, because we said it's already hereditary, right? So that's what but, in reality, the thing is conditioning. Now, if they condition you to, shoot fireworks, and another person's conditioned to shoot rifles at other human beings, or anything, really, the problem, either one is still like a problem if you're just blindly walking through life, following the commands, essentially, of the program around you, which is the environment and what you intake psychologically. But these guys don't have nowhere fucking near the wisdom to even observe that right now, at least. They could if they just work at it, but they're too busy appealing to you idiots. Wait, what did I just do? I hit escape. Got it. Appealing to their fucking fans and fan base and shit like that. So, yeah. These are simple things on the psychological level. It's just no one wants to fucking deal with psychology, apparently. You don't have to be a fucking expert. I don't go to school for this shit. It's just simply observable or observational. But, all right, let's apply. There we go.
Well, despite having plenty of specific problems with Trump on policy, still kind of like him overall is I feel that he's positive for the culture, that he's willing to say these things and introduce these things into the culture that otherwise wouldn't happen. And so in terms of combating, sort of egalitarianism or gay race communism, which I use as almost synonyms, this is that he's a positive, force for this. And we have to care about these things. Libertarians, the left.
So that's Jared Taylor. That's Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has changed his tune because PR-wise, you can't stick next to Trump anymore. So he had to turn some stuff around. And a lot of people think he's a Fed, but whatever, you have to turn things around. Jared's still there.
A homosexual Fed.
And
get the qualifier.
There's a lot of people back in the day, they were like, whether Trump works out or not, the idea that he's shifting culture to make it okay to say certain things out loud, that's what makes him awesome. Like, that's what makes it work for him. As making it like worthy and worthwhile, even if he might suck on certain things, right? So, yeah, that should be a red flag, in my humble opinion, as well. And once again, if this guy's Jewish, it's like, wait, what? Like, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm doing this for the white people. They won't call you white. They won't allow. They won't be like, yeah, you're a white guy like us. If certain ideologies won the day, they'd say you're different, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna look at your ID and be like, Kauffman, what's that? Huh. Where's that from? Is that Ashkenazi? That's what they're gonna say.
Where's your biological ID card at to prove that you're
Do you
one
disavow the Talmud, Jeremy? Do you disavow? And he knows that.
Yeah, I think he's. Yeah. I mean, this fool could be a huckster, to be honest with you, where he's.
I think he is.
Trying to start some shit. But thankfully, enough people are like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Enough, maybe enough, hopefully enough. But all right, what's up, play?
That he's a positive, force for this, and we have to care about these things. Libertarians, the left libertarian types, will often do this two-step where they're like, well, we don't want the state to be involved with these things, but it should be handled through, through private, approbation or whatever. But then when you post about how, well, hey, it's better to be straight than to be gay, or, it's better to have children than to not have children, they then condemn you for passing judgment. And it's like, well, I think I can tell what you really want here is, you just want everything to be allowed. You want everything to be permissible. Your morality is essentially that if it's agreed to, that it's okay or that it's good. And that's certainly not my, morality.
Well, Jeremy, you just described Ron Paul, essentially. Although I believe he wouldn't say that those things are good. You say, oh, listen, I think marriage is between a man and a woman, but it's also not the government. They can't be the ones deciding who's allowed to get married or what decides who's married or not, right? So he'd be like, yeah, whatever, gay marriage, I don't agree with it, but who am I to stop them? Is essentially the idea. And that's what Jeremy just described right there. That's Ron Paul's philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, what do you think? Dave? Dave, are you sleeping with your eyes open? Yo, Dave. Yeah. He's like doing this. It feels like just some sort of obligatory interview thing he's doing instead of about like interest and curiosity.
Like an obligation. Yeah. Like a party yeah, exactly.
From some guy who's essentially being ostracized, right? From this whole thing because of his ideas.
Well, yeah, because he's the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire is being kicked out of the, I guess, National Libertarian Party, or they're trying to kick them out. Like, yeah, through the court. I'm not saying that that's like right, wrong. I don't really know what their like battles are, but I assume that they just want nothing to do with like some of the stuff that he espouses, from what I've seen. And they're just kind of like, oh, you're like kind of a weirdo dick, creep. Like, we don't really want anything to do with you. And then the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, like his state, they have a pretty racy Twitter page as well, in addition to Jeremy's. So we're like quote tweeting like Jared Taylor and, talking about sterilizing like low IQ, telling Nina Turner they're going to send her back to Africa, just another Wednesday.
Meanwhile, this guy's a fucking idiot, by the way. He's actually stupid too. This Jeremy Kauffman guy, he sounds kind of dumb, honestly.
He is.
But it's like, it's like, yo, Dave, how come every time, like, once again, with the what's his name, Chase Oliver guy. I guess because he was so gay that you can't allow him to be the guy because of SJWism or something like that.
Yeah. Well, they said he should have run as a Democrat. That his platform was better for Democrats because of his social issues, and he went to Pride and he has a rainbow flag.
Yeah, but what was the replacement? Replacement was Trump, right? Essentially.
Yeah. They left their own party to vote for Trump. And again, you can leave your own party and vote for other parties that you believe in or whatever. But it's just kind of weird when it's like the third party thing where you're trying to get away from the quote unquote duopoly, tear down the elites, blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, yeah, Trump's got us. Like the guy who was born, the other elite born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I don't know.
But he's doing the same thing here, right? He's almost saying, fuck these left libertarians for the sake of this guy. And it's like, you do see where this goes, Dave. So it's like, who the fuck is this fucking pussy? Who lit this slender-shouldered pussy in your household as your leader and your thought leader? Who allowed that to happen? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. This man's man. Fuck out of here. Dave Smith.
Two alpha males.
Yeah.
You better recognize.
Get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. I have to reset, but my anger kicked in right there. I'm like, yo, are you trying to fuck people over? You continuously, like, your decision making. Sure, you destroy Josh Hammer in debates, but in reality, overall, it's like, yo, where are you leading people to? Where are you going with this? Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Fucking slender man ass. Let me just have to reset real fast. Hold on. All right. Fuck my life, dude. All right, let's apply. Here we go.
So I wouldn't agree with this kind of thing. And then also this may be a break from some of the libertarians, but I think this idea, like, people are different. The average cop, look, I think there are bad cops. I think there are cops who abuse their authority. I'm not like a wholly pro-cop guy in the slightest. But at the same time, I recognize that this is a job for, an average individual, essentially, okay? And the idea that I'm not saying their conscience should never enter into it, but, like, to some extent, the idea that they are just following orders is not a wholly wrong idea to me. Like, I don't wait, following orders. Their conscience should never enter, okay? Sorry. And the idea that I'm not saying their conscience should never enter into it, but, like, to some extent, the idea that they are just following orders is not a wholly wrong idea to me. Like, we want cops to be enforcing the law, not constantly making
the law
entirely, subjective judgments and just doing what they want all the time. And so,
what does that mean? But he does realize that there can be a trial where two people are arguing about the same kind of concept within the law, but having two different meanings behind it. Meaning it is subjective still. Like any case of like what is murder, right? In a certain like murder trial, right? Is it murder? Was it self-defense? It becomes a philosophical argument, or essentially, right? Philosophical discussion. So, what does it mean by, like? Once again, if the cop is like a beat cop, right, on the street, and they see a scenario, it does come back to what are they perceiving as a scenario that's happening? So I don't understand what he means.
I think he's calling it back. So I think he's calling it back to, because I think they were talking about George Floyd, where the Cambodian guy who didn't have his knee on his neck, but he had his knee on his back, I guess, he also went to jail. And so they were saying he was probably like following orders of Derek Chauvin or whoever the senior cop was, and how like, you're, it's not that your conscience shouldn't enter into things, most of the time, hopefully all the time, right? But most of the time, I do prefer that. But sometimes they just need to follow orders, and that's okay because we want law and order. And it's like, who's we? And like, no, like, I'm sorry, every bad idea hurts.
So he's
just blindly follow it.
He's calling it back to the British, right? The stabbing, right? The UK stabbing thing. He's bringing it back to that essentially of. Right, the idea was like this. The cop was like, "Oh wait, you were attacked. All right," and I guess they're saying that he got more favoritism because he's a racial minority versus the white guy on the ground. Right? Is that that's the idea?
Well,
they're going towards?
I thought he was calling it back to the George Floyd thing, where the Asian guy got several years for following the orders of Derek Chauvin and putting his knee on his back.
Well,
because that was like the
yeah.
Okay, yeah. But that was like one of the more clear examples I could see where like he didn't exactly have his knee where, I mean, even if you still have your knee on someone's back though, you could still be, suffocating them. So in terms of, two people. But regardless, I think that's part of the argument. That's what I heard, because he's saying like, you don't always have to be listening to your conscience. Like you could sometimes just follow orders because we need law and order up in here.
Yeah, but that'd be him following the order, right? The George Floyd case, right? Versus
that's
the UK one. He's going to say like, oh, that's him following his conscience and his conscience is based on racial SJW, the Democrats run the world thing of like, hey, look.
I don't know if he's referring to that specifically when he's talking about this thing, like this specific part. I think because it would make more sense just that he's calling back or like referring to the George Floyd thing, because that was the clearest example of that. And I think they were talking about how like, and he didn't even do anything and he like ended up going to jail.
Okay.
And I think for as long as Chauvin, actually. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think so.
I think following orders is a terrible way to phrase that, because they're in a situation, they're not following any orders, right? Like they have protocols, not like orders.
Well, there's always like the
moment.
senior cop, right? Like there's always like the kind of the I don't know.
Well, so I think the intention of that, at least I would hope everybody would just want like race to not be a factor on whether you kill somebody, hurt somebody, how you treat them. Like I would hope that. So that sounds like about as fair as we can get. But there is, like in any situation, there's humans involved. There are like even if you remove all bias, like you should have some kind of judgment on what assessment like what's actually happening. Like what do you see?
It feels wrong.
How do you treat it?
Well, that's the thing. It's like that's why I have a problem with like just not all authority. Like I understand that some quote unquote authority, whatever, is legitimate, but it's still just this idea of like, oh no, like I just need to listen to this person. It's like, what the fuck? Where's your conscience coming into it? How do you make any decisions? Like you're just gonna follow his fucking like moral compass?
Yeah.
No. What? That's so dangerous.
And a more extreme version would be military stuff, right? Like things with military.
Absolutely.
Is when they say, gun that house down right now. And it's like, and if you don't do it, you get in a lot of trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure you have like a little bit more leeway with as being a police officer, right? They probably give you like, if you're like, I'm not following that order. That's.
But even in regular life, right? Like we can even take it to like just the everyday thing where you maybe see people doing certain things and those are your close friends and you don't want to like seem like the odd one out. So instead of like following your gut or something, and this feels wrong. It's like, let me just like, hold my nose and do it. Right.
Yeah.
So even like on that level, it's still the same thing. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these guys, probably like in the police academies, they probably teach a lot of ideas of not like, hey, we're the heroes of society. We save lives. We do the right thing. Right. It's probably more so like, make sure you make it home at night. That's all. That's probably like the biggest
you and your
lesson.
Partner.
Yeah. Make sure you guys make it home. You're here for your brothers and your sisters. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. Your brothers and sisters in blue. Right. With the badge. And it's like, damn, that's probably the ass backwards mentality that happened.
It's the worst thing ever. It's like, you're supposed to make sure everybody's safe. Like, what?
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Like,
well, actually, it's supposed to be like the other is above you. The other is above you.
Well, yes, but you're important too. I'm just saying, it's like you should try to protect everybody as much as you can. Like it's whether it's another cop or the other criminal or whoever the fuck it is.
Bodily health. The other.
Oh yes.
You take that role, that means the other is above you. You're here to protect everyone around that you could possibly can save. Anyone like that, to me, at least in my world or my idea of things, that's like what's at least advertised or seeming. That's the sentiment of what a police officer does, which is we protect society. We protect you guys from harms, right? And
I think there's plenty of them that probably do that though. Like, and I'm sure,
for sure.
I think, yeah. So it's but it's still weird, right? It's kind of like this, like it's like the people who join the CIA and do like these missions or whatever, and it's this kind of secrecy, like you're like bonded by this kind of secret, like loyalty and secrecy, and like you cover up for your boy, and you got to do, and it's like this is a gang.
Yep.
Gang behavior.
Yep. But all right, let's keep playing. Very interesting. Like I said, marathon, and I'm in. Here we go.
So, to me, like something like in the Chauvin case, like, well, was he trained to do this? Is this what he was supposed to be doing? These are highly relevant facts to how I would judge a case like this.
Where does it say it in the code book?
In a weird sense, he's, even as you say it, I mean, people mock the Nuremberg defense of just following orders. And of course, it was ruled at Nuremberg that is illegitimate. But also, this is kind of a bit of history that's lost, is that we did accept that defense for millions of Germans. Like literally, they only prosecuted the top level Nazi guys. And then essentially at a certain level on down, they went, without saying it, they went, just taking orders is actually a legitimate defense. Because but it was almost like, well, what are we going to do? We're going to
I don't think
trials for every member of the society. But that being said, it also doesn't then remove the morality or the moral equation of what any Nazi may have done to somebody else. You know what I mean? So I get your point. I wouldn't say that it's wholly irrelevant what the training is. That being said, I mean, I guess the answer is if the job of law enforcement is going to be something that the regular person does, well, that's kind of why me and you are libertarians and want there to be kind of as few laws on the books as possible and as little interaction between that regular guy and the citizenry as possible.
Yeah, but I'll give you an example then. I don't know if you'll find this thought experiment interesting, but it's an area in which like my thinking has changed as a libertarian or as honestly, like I came from, I probably wouldn't consider myself a classical liberal anymore, but like I came from that school of like we want all the laws to be written down, we want everything to be fair. But I've come to realize that this can also be an exploit of sorts. If I look at why for example, is drinking not allowed?
You have to know what
in a
fair is.
Well, this is really because there's a certain type of person we don't want to allow drinking, and it's not easy to write a rule that says, a couple who wants to set out a blanket and, and bring out a bottle of wine and have a nice picnic in the park. Well, that's allowed, but the bum, drinking out of a paper bag, we don't want that to be allowed. And there's all kinds of,
that's the scenario
what we're actually trying to.
Yep.
That's the scenario you brought up?
Yes, it is.
What's the difference between the bum drinking on the street, is walking down the street drinking, versus someone at a picnic, you're having a picnic, drinking a glass of wine? What's the difference?
Because it's unsightly. He doesn't have a job. He's not contributing to society. He's not paying his taxes.
I swear, mentally, he's gonna say like, oh, this guy who drinks then just goes out driving afterwards, right? I thought he was gonna say something like that. Where I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Nope.
Well, here's the thing: funny enough, and I get what he's like. In a sense, I do get what he's saying of like how weird it is to have like a set of laws and then how people interpret it, but at the same time, he's asking for like a strict, or sorry, it's hard to have a strict definition of what is right and wrong when it comes to the law in any given scenario. But for me personally, if a cop rolled up like, hey, you guys are drinking? Yeah, but we walked here, we're just laying on a blanket, drinking wine, on our picnic blanket, right? Just laying down, having a nice lunch date or whatever the fuck, right? Like, well, hey man, hey guys, just don't do anything stupid though. You're good. I'll see you later. Right? That's like a cop using his conscience in real time and using his own subjectivity in a way, or sense of understanding and empathy towards the people he's talking with, right? Versus this guy who's like, you pull him over, you caught him 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, and he's hammered, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, that scenario is different. Why can't the cop just treat that differently? Does he need a fucking, degree in astrophysics to understand the different scenarios and judge them accordingly. And cops already do that, by the way. They already do that.
Exactly.
Where someone's like, "Oh my god, dude, I was, my dad's in the hospital. I was speeding to get there, and oh, okay, listen, I'll let you go, or I'll even escort you there, right?
Because they're human.
Exactly.
So it's like,
even though by the letter of the law, they broke the law, right? By the letter of the law, they broke it. So it's like, why can't we have these little human nuances to the whole scenario? He's asking for more order, almost, right? Seemingly.
Yeah. But he's saying like maybe we should have different law. Like, is it like then it's not going to be okay if we have different laws for two different groups of people? And it's just, I don't know. He's just making some like elitist fucking bullshit. Like, I don't want to see these homeless people in my neighborhood. They're
Like, I don't know how to see the homeless guy, drinking out of a brown paper bag. Like,
he's drinking Mad Dog 2020, stomach out.
Like, what's the difference, bro? He's not driving; he's walking down the street. What's the difference? Literally. Did he get in a fight? Did he throw the bottle at someone? Like, okay, there you go. There's the problem right there.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's homeless means he's harmful? All of a sudden? That's weird.
Fatty Ice, not allowed. Bourbon?
I'm going with this guy's a rich kid. I'm going rich kid.
He is. He's an elitist, dude.
Got it. Rich kid back. I got it.
Yeah.
I'm partially trolling. Does it make you weird like this guy?
No, I'm saying, but like he embodies that. Yeah, where he's just like he even says it's like, well, I like some bourgeois norms because I'm a dad and I like to have nice things and I want my grass to be mowed and HOA. Like he's that guy where it's like, ew, are you gonna tell the HOA on me if I didn't cut my lawn like this weekend? Fuck you.
He says something about having to pay more for where you live just to kind of separate himself.
Right? Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so I wasn't even saying that because like, oh, he's just rich, so he must be an elitist. It was like, no, like the shit he's saying is some like elitist fucking shit. Like, yeah.
Oh, you'd be a rich dad. I was wondering more so of like, where'd you grow up? Where'd you grow up, man? That's where I was curious at. But
I don't even know if he's rich or not, but like just that his mentality, right? Of like not wanting to be around, like I guess certain class or
lower class, lower class behaviors.
He's almost saying poor means immoral, or sorry, homeless means immoral. He's almost like saying that when it's like, wait a minute, that's not the way those were worded right there. That's what it sounded like. But let's continue.
Yeah.
What's up, play? Here we go.
To do is come up with these bright line rules to police a norm that doesn't always have these bright lines. And I've thought about it more, and like if I, let's suppose that I still like I live in a city, at least by New Hampshire standards, and we have parks all over the place. How do I actually want these parks to be policed? Well, what I would actually like is a cop who or some other agent, who roughly matches my values, who has a decent amount of subjectivity, but who has like a camera on him, so that he can be audited in terms of whether he was enforcing community standards or not. But there's a lot of things that we can't do because the rules have to be universal for everyone.
It is.
But these rules are really just about preventing a certain sort of like lower class behavior, or whatever, and everyone's getting punished because that's the only way we can stop the thing. And I think this is like, this is a problem to me, and I would like to find better solutions than the status quo.
So Dave, lower class behavior. Now I'm sure Dave, I don't know his background or his upbringing, but I'm pretty sure he smells like the type of guy that brags on coming from humble beginnings, even though he might not have, right? He might have had like a decent, pretty good childhood, but he might be like a guy who could like, yeah, man, I had it hard when I was growing up, like he just forgive me, he smells like that guy. He smells like it. But
I only got $50,000 for my bar mitzvah. Just kidding.
YouTube, it was her, not me. Okay, so
Well, I'm saying it. I'm saying it again.
Barry Weiss. When you own Google soon, listen.
And see, dude,
it wasn't me.
Did you see a CNN thing? Just saw that. What is happening? We were just talking about her, and then she got some CNN deal.
I know.
Anyway, go ahead.
All right, let's apply. Yeah. But that's Dave should respond to that. Lower class, like, what does that mean, dude? What does that mean? That's once again, that sounds like Jared Taylor shit, where it's like you're using 0.003% of the population of a particular 0.003, not of the entire population of a particular population, black, right? Using 0.003% of them to say like, look what's happening in these communities. Like, me, I was like, it's, I mean, few and far between, very few and far. Like, exactly.
And immigrants, of course, yeah.
And it's like, well, how are you? Where's this coming from? Is this, you just watch the nightly news where they keep finding criminal act after criminal act, on the nightly news every day? It's like, I thought we debunked that in the fucking 2000s, right? Where it's like, hey, look at Michael Moore saying like, yo, look what your nightly news does. They say gunshot, 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 gang fight, right? Every day on the fucking news. Meanwhile, it's like, that's a super minority of the population. But yet it's the headline news, though, right? He's like, he almost like sounds like he got entrapped by that or whatever. But all right, let's apply. Here we go.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I agree with you, and I think that really? I think a lot of this was why I understand like it's kind of played out at this point, but this was why a few years ago I got so big into all those like homeless guy in public school or just the homeless encampments or even talks about immigration with libertarians, because it seems like there is this thing going on that's kind of at a crisis state in the country where like there's this major problem kind of with public property in general. And even the example that you're giving there, it's like, yeah, the fact that like our cities have become disgusting and overrun and completely like unregulated public spaces. And then what ends up happening is this very weird dynamic where like, look, I know this for me personally, it ends up as, and I'm sure you can relate to this as a father, it makes you almost care about money more than you otherwise would have to, because I feel like I have to keep making a ton of money to make sure that I can afford to opt out my family from all these public spaces that are such nightmares and get them into like a more expensive community, a more expensive school, a more expensive thing, because the state of the public everything is essentially that we either like have to have maximum rules for that need not apply to you, or we essentially have to have no rules because it would be offensive for us to enforce any rules again to people who are not you.
What?
That's crazy.
What? What? There's what?
They're saying things without saying them.
There's homeless people at the park, so you know what? We either need maximum rules or like, what is he talking about? He's not talking about
They're
anything
talking about
like
assimilation.
He's talking about how hard his life is, that he has to become rich, like not even the level that he's getting. He needs to become more rich so that his family could, just be somewhere safe.
To avoid what?
Regular people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like Irish people getting beheaded in Belfast, I guess, by some Sudanese pirates.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I because I think that's the most recent thing, I guess, that happened. Got it. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like now, forgive me. I'm not trying to. I am not a racially thinking person, but I'm taking Dave's logic and Mr. Kauffman's logic here, and I'm looking at like the idea of like, where's your kid more at risk at? Is it these suburban schools where mass shootings happen all the time? I mean, like almost daily at this point, right? It's like, well, I guess what Dave means is like elite private schools. Is that where we go? I guess that's the solution. I guess
that's what confused me with Kaufman's statement when he just said about the park. He said he lives up, I think he said Vermont or New Hampshire.
New Hampshire,
right?
New Hampshire.
Yeah. So he says he's living there, and he mentions the park. And the first thing he's thinking about for how to police the place. I'm thinking if you got a good, if you're thinking of basically an idealistic place? Like, how do you want to structure place? Like, I would imagine, like, if people are, what does he talk about? Like cultured, right? Like the way that's the words he used, right? If people are cultured, like you don't need police, right? Like police should be really like the last step of like, okay, something is just way off. Maybe somebody's kind of nuts, right? Like they're just doing something just reckless. Okay, but like, why is that your first thought of like, hey, I have park, so some nature, somewhere where people hang out, and then like you're thinking about police? That just kind of blows my mind of where their brains are.
Yeah. It's
Doesn't seem healthy.
Yeah. Well, the thing he's asking for will end up being the Vincent James thing. The Red Elephant's Vincent James thing, where this guy was like this guy Vincent James was talking about race and IQ, right? And then obviously they attach IQ to behavior, right? Then he found out a story, which I guess someone asked him about, and he went over it, where there's a kid of two like quote unquote high IQ academic elite parents produced a child with lower IQ based on their dumb standards, right? And then he pivoted from genetics to the kid's playing too much video games and he's not going outside enough. I'm like, wait a minute. And this is the same thing that would happen. And these guys would, if they cleared out their parks, right, and made it only certain types of people, someone's going to do something stupid one day, right? And they'd say, well, okay, it's not the class. That can't be the reason because this class means good. So it must be like he bumped his head as a child. So now he's like, that's why he started doing a mass shooting in this park we all love. Like they'll find something. They'll just keep pivoting.
No, they'll be like, actually, they were adopted. Actually,
exactly.
Wait a minute.
They'll just keep dancing. They'll keep dancing and backflipping to make this whatever reality the case. And it's like, oh, you fucking embarrassments to intellectualism, man. Absolute embarrassments. And thank God there's the Joe Rogans and Dave Smiths of the world that are lazy thinking people and go, yep, I just don't want any conflict right now. So, yep. Except for someone they can brag off of, being in a conflict with. Yeah, bro, fuck it. I debated Josh Hammer. Fuck yeah, I did. I won.
Yeah.
Oh, God, embarrassing. All right, let's apply. Here we go.
It's kind of infuriating.
No, this is a huge problem, and it's so many things. It underlies so many things.
Problem.
Even something.
You see how he's more animated about this and like people getting killed.
Like,
I just find it interesting.
A lot of the reason. Of course, if you talk to residents, they would never say it this way. But if you really dig in, a lot of the reasons that these areas are expensive is why have they zoned out cheaper housing? Why have they zoned out apartments?
Take this guy's money and watch him watch it. Watch it. A lot of people just would get depressed, or like the average person, they get depressed and fuck, how do I get myself out of this? This guy would have a mental breakdown and might do something stupid in regards to it. That's what he smells like. That's what he fucking smells like. I think Dave would do better if his money disappeared one day. I think he'd do so. I think he'd be more well adjusted to it than this motherfucker. This guy looks like a fucking maniac in hiding. Like, wait till a bad day happens for this guy, and now look at him. It's the same vibe I got from like Steven Crowder. Like, hey, wait for a bad day for Steven Crowder. Let's see how crazy he fucking gets when things don't go his way.
Yeah. Same with Candace Owens too.
Yes, Candace too. Candace as well.
Like, diabolical.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Is because they don't want lower class people living in that area, but even truthfully, it's not even just lower class people, it's just this portion of the lower class, and and there's no way of dealing with them. Like there are, I want to be clear that like there are plenty of people who are lower in income who nonetheless they're not littering and they're not.
Do they work for you?
And they're not making the neighborhood worse. So I want to be clear that it's a minority of them that are doing this. But they are
littering.
Disproportionately lower class people, and and they ruin their neighborhoods. I mean, they create like such outsized negative impacts, and it affects property prices, it affects our public transit, it affects our school systems. It's everywhere, and I see it as like one of the root problems that we're not addressing or not getting to is how we do it. Is how we deal with this, and it's something that makes everything more expensive too. And we're talking about, affordability is obviously a big issue with younger people, and part of the reason the nice areas are expensive is because this is a way of solving this problem. But there are potentially much cheaper ways of solving this if we had the will to.
It's not the real estate lobby at all, Jordan.
Yeah, no,
it's not like massive amounts.
This is the kind of guy who puts spikes on the benches so nobody can lay on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's like it's quite interesting. We said this, or I said this yesterday, of like, hey, these guys that complain about gang violence, right? Which is a problem for sure, but it's minuscule compared to what the U.S. government apparatus does around the world and domestically. Yeah. Minuscule in comparison when it comes to like numbers and actually the kind of what's the word, indiscriminate nature of it. It's just different. It's quite different. I personally believe if I take that gang member or gang leader and make him the president, make that president the gang leader, you'll see something quite similar. It's just a matter of like, what do they have at their disposal? Right? What do they have access to? Well, right. If I give a gang leader drones, a military, and like on and so forth, yeah, you might see something quite similar. But for some reason, in modern world, maybe to Jeremy Kauffman here, he doesn't view them as the same thing. He doesn't see that for some reason. So it's like, huh? And you'll hear his defense, essentially defense of the Trump administration, amongst other things. And it's like, okay, you don't get it. You don't get it. Yeah. To me, just pathological, in my humble opinion. Something off. Based on the things I've heard. And to be fair to the audience and to Jeremy, this is the only piece of content of him I've seen in my life. I've heard things that Sebs has said to me and this video. That is it. Be fair to him. But I'm telling you, my intuition is smelling something not right. Not right. And the thing that isn't full-blown intuition, a little bit more, in my opinion, fact-based, is Dave. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? But we'll get to more stuff like that. Let's continue. Here we go.
So you had mentioned kind of your attitude toward Trump and MAGA, and I think there's a big gap between me and you on this issue. So let's kind of talk about this a little bit. I mean, it seems to me that if we were zooming out and speaking of Donald Trump, or if we were speaking about Donald Trump 5 years ago or 4 years ago or a year and a half ago, I mean, there's no question I would have agreed with you that, like, yeah, there was real value in Donald Trump, just not even politically, but just culturally being this huge, like, giant middle finger to PC orthodoxies, wokeism, and gay race communism, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, got it.
And I think that there was real benefit in that. I basically, at this point, think all of that benefit has already been achieved.
Rainbow ices.
And if anything,
there you go.
The direction Donald Trump's going in now is just kind of tarnishing the whole brand. So it's kind of a negative. But I don't know. I mean, I think we see this pretty differently. I do not at all think, like, I know when we were tweeting back and forth, you had sent me the video, which I believe was Chris Rufo and a host over at The Blaze, saying that really libertarians shouldn't be so harsh in criticizing Trump. They should recognize that we're junior partners here and we'll still get something, just not that much, but we should still kind of be more agreeable. I really don't.
But that's what he said. That's what Dave said. It's some guy, but whoever Chris something, but that was Dave's Dave. At least we get something. Did Dave just buy into it? Let me hear where he goes.
And just not that much, but we should still kind of be more agreeable. I really don't see things this way. So what am I missing? Pitch me on why I should still love Donald Trump.
I need to hear that. Let me back up. Okay, so this is after Trump has been a catastrophe, right? And then this guy said that. But Dave, after Trump's been a catastrophe, you did that. Once again, 4 fucking years in his first term. We saw the catastrophe when it comes to any topic you want to pick. free speech, domestic issues, foreign policy, obviously, problems up and down the line. What did you see towards like, hey guys, we'll get something out of this? So I need to hear this again to make sure my ears are working correctly. My brain is working correctly too. Let's hear it.
No, I mean, I think we see this pretty differently. I do not at all think, like I know when we were tweeting back and forth, you had sent me the video, which I believe was Chris Rufo and a host over at The Blaze, saying that really libertarians shouldn't be like so harsh in criticizing Trump. They should recognize that we're junior partners here and we'll still get something, just not that much, but we should still kind of be more agreeable. I really don't see things this way. So what am I missing? Pitch me on why I should still love Donald Trump.
Well, like again, I'm not going to be here and be like a wholesale defender of Trump. So there's all kinds of specific things you can point out that he's done that I wouldn't like and wouldn't approve of. And that was Rufo and Lomas, Jonathan Kieferman talking, and I am a fan of his. He's doing actually his publisher Passage Press just put out a great book on the whole George Floyd case, and what he's doing with his work is great.
But that was the lefties caring so much about George Floyd. You guys just view it as you just want simple law and order, right? But for some reason, that story is now so wholesale important to you too. Anyways, here we go.
The whole George Floyd case, and what he's doing with his work is great.
Maybe he's
just from New Hampshire's perspective, right? Like from the world that I want to live in, I think Trump is a socialist, right? From the perspective of what is possible in our political reality today, I don't see someone who is better than him, who is feasible to center around. And to me, politics is the art of the possible. So who's better? Like even Massey, who is clearly better than him in lots of ways from a libertarian perspective, is actually not better than Trump on key areas of the culture war or pulling the culture, rightward. Like Massey is going on, testifying to Congress and talking about, how this gun control legislation is racist, or whatever. And maybe it is. I'm not saying Massey's argument is wrong, but this is not an argument you would get from Trump. This is attempting to win inside of a leftist, kind of frame. And so to me, it's
attempting to win the leftists. Okay. It's almost how like now Jeremy's doing the dancing and the cleaning up. It's like, hey, no, wait, I love Massey, but right, it's like, he's doing the dance himself here. Here we go.
For Trump,
he did the dance for Massey and for Trump. For Trump, he's saying, no, he's not the best. He's not perfect, but there's never been anybody better. Like, who's better? Nobody. He's the GOAT. Right? Like, he's doing that.
He knows that, or he's aware that Dave's audience loves Thomas Massey, right? So that's why he's doing a dance on that front. With the Trump thing, he's doing a dance to be like, hey, guys, when it comes to who can feasibly win or feasibly be in office, potentially, or whatever, sorry, it goes through him. And then we got it's better than something else, so we might as well support Trump to some degree, right? At least support him over these other entities, right? In politics, it's probably
ideologically, all like libertarians would be much more aligned with Massey, like across the board, I would think.
But that's obvious.
For libertarians,
that's obvious, and that's why his argument ends up being dog shit, Jesse, is because the guy who appears to be the most quote unquote libertarian within the government apparatus, right? Within the government is apparently Thomas Massey, and Trump got rid of him. So by definition, Trump is the worst person you want to be in office for that scenario, right? If Trump did all this work to get rid of Massey, you lost the thing that represented you the most, right? So that means like that is for you your worst nightmare. Versus like, well, he's the only one like feasible to win the presidency, so thus we have to support him, right? Because it's the best we can do. At least we win on the culture, right? Or I'm sure later he'll say immigration, right? But at least we went on the culture stuff. We went on that one. And Thomas Massey didn't do so well on the culture stuff because he said something was racist, I guess. I guess he called something racist, I guess. Some gun law or something. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the only thing I've ever seen of this guy. But this video says so much. Like it's very clear, and I am surprised that he sells himself as libertarian or like aligned with libertarians, because what he just did was closer to how Green Party pulls like a farther left group, and then they say, okay, let's vote for like let's vote for Democrats because it's the best thing we could do. Like that's what they're doing, the equivalent.
Yep.
And this doesn't seem like something seems off to me about, like, I'm hearing less, like, if I didn't know these guys were libertarians, I wouldn't really get it from this whole interview at all. I wouldn't. I would think they're kind of aligned, but not like it. I wouldn't think of these guys as representatives of that at all.
Fair enough. But let me say this, which I think is absolutely true, which is if this guy said this in October 2024, he'd be looked at as, I mean, maybe not the race realism stuff, but like his political strategy in regards of basically lesser evil voting, right, or support, would be viewed as genius. And it's exactly what Dave did, which made him look like a genius to his audience, and I guess to other commentators. They did the same thing. What this guy's doing now is what Dave did in 2024, essentially, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So this guy would be a genius back
then. And
then.
trying to act like it's like he's doing some new thing, as if like other people didn't like challenge him on those ideas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At least we get something. He actually
fucking
said.
phony.
He actually said the fucking
He
words.
did.
He said the fucking.
He
words
said the thing
in
that
this
he
video.
said. He
exactly.
Yep. He's saying the thing. He said the thing that Jeremy's saying in the video. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like.
Exactly. And it's just like, but I mean, once again, I think the fans, at least on the Trump parts, picked up on it and were like, "Yo, fuck this guy, he's trash." Right? From the comment, once again, I can't say I know, but like the comments that were there that we looked through yesterday on this video, the comments that were there, mostly about Trump when it comes to favoritism. Some other stuff that was also noted, the race realism type stuff and the cultural stuff. But still, it's like,
like that one comment that was like, "Holy white grievance! What the hell? What is this show now?"
It just feels weird. It just feels weird that Dave's gonna.
He's trying to appeal to the Fuentes crowd. Sorry to cut you off. I think that's what he's doing, right? Ken? Yeah.
A bit,
that's what it seems like. I don't know, but you know.
You're saying Dave or?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave.
Some degree, yeah. Some degree, yeah.
Yep.
But
like, I'm cool, guys. I'm just a Jewish guy. You can do your white pride thing here. I'm a white man too. I'm half Christian. It's like my last name's Smith.
The thing is, when I was looking through some of the comments, there wasn't no one really looked at Dave other than, "Dave, you're awesome, but you know what? This guest sucks." Or, "Hey, you shouldn't have this guest on, Dave." Or something like that. Versus like, this guy, I think there's plenty of room that I'm seeing here from just this video alone where it's like, there's questions some worthy questions here. If you use your fucking brain for a second, there's something something worthy of pointing out. 100%. And it feels like Dave's going to skate again. And probably not as many people are going to watch this video.
No, they're not. And that's why I find like stuff like this where he's just kind of talking to like the inner party people. Like I find them to be a little bit more revealing. Like what this guy's about. You know what I mean? Like in the periphery, like the stuff that he doesn't advertise as much. It's not the big blowouts with, Josh Hammer. It's like, no, it's the guy who's part of the party. I support his mission. He supports mine. We have the same agenda. Yeah.
And Dave's aware of that. He's aware that, okay, not as many people are going to watch this video. as much as my response to Sam Harris or my debate with Josh Hammer or whatever the fuck, right? Douglas Murray.
My response to Michael Knowles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But one day, he's going to have that feeling and do a video. He's like, yeah, no one's going to watch this anyways. And so watch it. Somehow it blows up somehow. And then it's like, oh, shit. And now I'm wrecked. Now I'm caught, kind of. But all right.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, play? Let's keep going. Here we go.
You know, kind of frame. And
that's so laggy. I have to reset. All right. That's funny. Like Teddy has the same problem too. Funny enough, where it's like the lip sync is off. And it's just like lagging. Whatever. Like it might not just strictly be my internet. It might be something else. All right.
It could be. Maybe it's the game. Or you're not playing the game, so I don't know. Actually, that doesn't make sense. I don't know.
But you shut. Was that a mocking thing? Shut up. Anyways.
It was.
Anyways.
But you know how people say like, when you have a dog for a certain amount of time, like the dog starts to look like the person starts to look like the dog. So it's like maybe you and Teddy's like computers are starting to do the same things. You know what I mean? Anyway, go ahead.
Internet, I'm not responding to that
go
one.
Octavius.
I'm hitting play.
Here
we go. Hit and play.
I'm not saying Massey's argument is wrong, but this is not an argument you would get from Trump. This is attempting to win inside of a leftist, you know, kind of frame. And so to me, it's always like, well, who's better? You know, who can do a better job? I don't even see someone behind Trump who's ready to talk the way that Trump is, you know, about immigration. Like Trump is willing to be like, yeah, we don't want anyone from Somalia. Like, how many Republicans are willing to say that today? This is not something that is really. How many libertarians are willing?
Even if you are thinking that, don't you want policy over just rhetoric, right? I think it's disgusting rhetoric, but still, you still want policy over that, right, man? Like I think I said this yesterday, where I'm like, on paper, it sounds like Thomas Massey saying like, I don't want anyone coming in here unless it's like unless these like exact scenarios are the case, right? No wiggle room. Like has to be this scenario, otherwise you're not getting in the country. Which I think is on paper more strict than Trump's immigration policy. So would you rather take the rhetoric or take the actual policy? And his voting reflects that, I believe, right? So and what's that? I have a disagreement in that area. Especially when you're not, sorry, no offense to Thomas Massey, but like I don't smell wisdom there. I smell you look like a better politician than your colleagues on paper. I guess you look better because of certain like impactful voting things of like war and shit like that. Fair enough, but like in the world of like actual righteousness and morality and wisdom, sorry, my man, you're not. Sorry. You're not in that category for me. So thus you always fall short, unfortunately. But still, on paper, those ideas are more of what you want. His voting record is more of what you want than Trump's fucking policy making.
He's going to bring up the SAVE Act or whatever the fuck it's called. And he's going to say, well, Thomas Massey voted against the SAVE Act, even though that had more, whatever, something about Border Patrol. Because they kept using that when... what's his name? Juan, whatever, Guaido's, what's his name? Jack Guaido, Bill, Don, whoever won in Kentucky. What the fuck is his name? Don?
Ed Galrain. How do you say it? Ed Galrain?
Ed Guaido. There you go.
Galapagos.
His only foreign policy is about fucking Venezuela on his Wikipedia. So he's Ed Guaido, period. That's it. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not budging from that. So there you go.
But yeah, like what this guy's saying makes no fucking sense unless you're a shill for the Trump administration. I'm telling you right now, either you are extremely brainwashed or doing like the Jared Taylor, Nick Fuentes symbolism thing. We're like, hey man, symbolically we're winning right now, right? Because this guy's saying things that you weren't allowed to say 2 years ago or whatever the fuck, right? get these goddamn Somalis out of my country, these shithole countries, right? Like, oh, okay, he's allowed to say that, but his actual policy is not that. If you understand the idea of Somaliland versus Somalia, like, no, his policy doesn't line up with what this guy is asking for, and it's like, damn, you're either a plant or you're Jared Taylor, Nick Fuentes shit, bro. Where it's like, it's empty shit, empty ideas that you think are fixing the world, but all you're asking for is better brainwashing for the populace. That's what he's asking for, right? Hey, you can say like shitty things about people from different countries, or maybe focus more so on a particular type of looking person and say, like, make that into a story. So thus it's worth it because now more people will, because he's the president, more people will like lean in that direction, which is creepy and whatever the fuck.
Politics downstream from culture or whatever Breitbart used to say. Yeah.
It's like, damn, man. It's like, and the fact that Dave here with a half smirk on his face, like, yo, you don't hear this, dude? Well, you know, I kind of disagree, and let me like reframe what he was saying to make it sound normal. By the way, once again, if this guy's Jewish, the same is already happening to you. It's gonna happen more so if it leans in that direction. Just so you know, Mr. Kauffman. Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Blay? Here we go.
Say that. Today. This is not something that,
we're just trying to get him to stop bombing Somalia. But you're right. It's a fair point.
Again, as I said, we can get into specifics. Like, I would prefer that gas was not 450. I'd say that.
Sure. Well, I would just say, number one, I mean, look, personally, I don't like, as you said,
and that's
the point. I mean, I don't know the specifics, but I bet Thomas Massey's right about what he's saying. And like, I don't personally mind someone pointing out that if there is a law on the books that actually is being used in a fucked up way against one race, calling it racist, in the same way that I wouldn't mind calling DEI laws racist, even
Kauffman
if that is
and Thomas
okay.
Massey.
You can say that's
both somehow, but like,
embracing the left's framework. I mean, I get your point on that, but I mean, Donald Trump embraces the left's framework on a lot of different issues. He's a boomer liberal, essentially. But if your point is that Donald Trump is more crude and crass, and in some ways in being that way, it does just tear down the kind of facade of woke politeness or something like that, I would not argue with you on that. There's no question that there's no individual who does that like Trump.
Like, look, I love.
It is a brain disease, I think.
Still a huge fan of Rand Paul's, but they're not
suicidal.
They don't talk about certain issues, immigration being a key one, in the way that I would like them to talk about it. Like they the views that they have are rare to find worldwide, and they still, aren't.
Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Oh my god. Fuck my life, dude. I hit a fucking keyboard button. No.
He was talking about gas prices.
Yeah, but what was the fucking timestamp?
It was right after. It was before Dave does his like little cleanup thing. Maybe like 20 minutes.
It had to be like.
Or maybe it was later. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh my god. Fucking muted to. What did I just do?
I think there is something to guys like
mute button or
Massey
something
and Paul. They're almost a little bit limited in their own.
Leaving America are leaving. We're bringing in people from, a person who recognizes that.
Sorry, I just want to say really quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good.
I just went on Jeremy Kauffman's page just to see like what he's talking about, and this is from a few days ago. But he's retweeting Jared Taylor, and he's like, Elon Musk, please inject Jared Taylor videos into everyone's feed from France for a few days, please. Like, I'll put it in the archive.
What's funny is these fools. Now we're lucky enough to have splendid Mad Hunter, a part of this community, where we've seen
He's about to respond.
plenty of Jared Taylor videos. The average person probably does not know who the fuck that is. And I'm telling you right now.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
This man needs to work on himself. I'll say that about Jared. To work on himself. It is what it is. It is what it is.
I feel like this guy's a lot
Well,
worse.
look him up. Look up Jared Taylor. Go ahead. Y'all can use Google. Ask your chat. Chat, who's Jared Taylor? Go ask her. Or Claude.
Whatever. Let me find my spot I was at, bro. I can't.
Yeah, good. I just put it in archives.
An F button. You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
So he was asking Elon to like.
I put it in the archive just now. There you go.
Bump his.
I'm tagging you.
Bump him in the algorithm.
Right.
For fairness.
No, I'm talking to Jesse. Yeah, so he's like quote tweeting something that Jared Taylor, I guess Jared Taylor was just at some college or some event in France speaking, and he's like quote tweeting it saying, "Elon Musk, please inject Jared Taylor videos everywhere, inject it into my veins."
For fairness sake, right? Like you get the CEO of Twitter to spread it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Elon retweets Jeremy all the time. They're always interacting.
Interesting.
Because they both like tech stuff. Yeah.
Or they want to fuck the world over. I don't know.
Exactly. Well, the story they tell, right? The narrative. Anyway, go ahead.
Some ways in being that way, it does just tear down the kind of facade of.
And talking about, how this gun control legislation is racist, or whatever. How many Republicans are willing to say that today? This is not who's better, who can do a better job. I don't even see someone behind Trump who's ready to talk the way that Trump is, about immigration. Like Trump is willing to be like, yeah, we don't want anyone from Somalia. How many Republicans are willing to say that today? This is not something that is really. How many libertarians are willing to say that? Today. This is not something that,
we're just trying to get him to stop bombing Somalia. But you're right. It's a fair point.
Again, as I said, right, we can get into specifics. Like, I would prefer that gas was not $4.50. I'd say, that.
Sure. Well, I would just say, number one, I mean, look, personally, I don't like, as you said, the point, I don't know the specifics, but I bet Thomas Massey's right about what he's saying. And I don't personally mind someone pointing out that if there is a law on the books that actually is being used in a fucked up way against one race, calling it racist in the same way that I wouldn't mind calling DEI laws racist, even if that is, okay, you can say that's embracing the left's framework. I get your point on that. But Donald Trump embraces the left's framework on a lot of different issues. He's a boomer liberal, essentially. But if your point is that Donald Trump is more crude and crass, and in some ways in being that way, it does just tear down the kind of facade of woke politeness or something like that, I would not argue with you on that. There's no question that there's no individual who does that like Trump.
Woke.
Look, I still a huge fan of Massey, still a huge fan of Rand Paul's, but they don't talk about certain issues, immigration being a key one, in the way that I would like them to talk about it. Like they
They're
the views that they
to
have
replace white people
are rare to find.
Screams the Jewish
worldwide, and they still, aren't sort of recognizing.
He's in the closet. He's a closeted Jew.
This issue.
He's not trying to come out.
I think is really hard. I like, and I still, by the way, I still like the idea of quote, certain types of high skilled immigration. I recognize that there are talented people all over the world. I'm very pro building. I'm very pro technology. Advancing into the future, productivity. I'm not a pure GDP numbers go up kind of person, but
if you enrich
I
our
am the
country,
kind of person who
but,
recognizes that talent is rare,
as long as
and
you
we
don't bring
want to be
your
an
talents
America
back
that's
to your
being
hometown.
exceptional and achieving things. But there's massive, there's massive sympathy, not just on the left, but among huge portions of the right, towards the oppressed immigrant, class or whatever. And I think that a huge amount of politics is downstream of culture and demographics. And so having a leader who is good on those issues, like Trump has, Trump has reduced, I believe we're like negative migration. People who ought to be leaving America are leaving. We're bringing in people from, South Africa who are way more likely to be compatible American on average than the types of people who were bringing in before. And
it's like, oh, based on what? Based on what? Your love of soccer? No one fucking likes soccer here, okay? Only you fucking foreigners like soccer. Americans don't like fucking soccer, okay?
He said in one sentence, less immigration is good. Like that's the great thing that Trump just did. And then in the next sentence, he's praising like, oh, the South Africans, that's, great, they're coming.
They relate to us more because
the African culture?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The African culture is they're enriching the U.S. with their African culture. Got it.
Multiculturalism.
Got it.
Pluralism.
Once again, if this guy's fucking Jewish, I swear to fucking God, dude. I swear to God.
He ain't coming out.
I swear to God, dude.
He ain't coming out.
These fools would, on average, kick you out the fucking same, you idiot, you dingbat. You're next. You just look closer. You look close enough. They'd kick you out later, bro.
They're gonna be doing their like genealogy, fucking scans and shit. Checking your house for fucking dreidels. You know what I mean? Like what?
That candle has too many arms on it. All right, you're done. All right, here we go. Here we go.
I think this is all very, very positive stuff. I'm very pro New Hampshire. I think not entirely the reason New Hampshire works. We are different from Vermont. Part of why New Hampshire works, is the demographics.
Is he the president of New Hampshire?
It's not random. Political beliefs are not random.
I guess so.
And so to be ignoring this, I think is foolish.
Well, certainly, I think no one could even argue that in a democratic system, the beliefs of the demographics in your geographical area are the whole thing. I mean, that's what ends up, making the difference. I would.
He doesn't even know what to say.
I would kind of agree with you.
Beliefs of
democrats. He doesn't, because that's not what this guy said. I'm sorry, but this has to be said. Like, that's not what this guy said. It's not what he said. He's talking about hereditary, genetics, being passed down, behavior, IQ will come up. Like, what he's talking. He's not talking about the beliefs of his neighbors or the people he lives near and his geopolitical, whatever. Like, maybe he just stumbled on his words. I'm not even. But it just seems like he didn't even know how to like clean that up. It's like, ooh, the tight spot. Try and get that mop in there.
Yeah,
in between.
Dave. Make it make sense now, Dave. Good luck.
Yeah.
It's confusing to me that he used the term culture.
But Jesse?
Culture is that is completely conditioned, right? Unless he really thinks that you're born with your culture. Like I would imagine just about all of it is conditioned. I mean, you have genetics, yes.
He would disagree. He would disagree.
Really?
Yeah. What's his name? Kauffman? Yeah. He would disagree. Yeah. He would disagree with that. He doesn't because he thinks culture is hereditary. He thinks culture is genetic. Like that there is a genetic component to it. Like, tied to IQ and impulse control. He was like Jared Taylor. It's literally, I'm telling you, it's like this is Jared fucking Taylor.
Yeah.
Like I smell it. It's there. It's not Jared Taylor light. It's just Jared Taylor volume turned down.
I think it's stronger than Jared Taylor.
You think?
No.
Because he has more like influence.
That's my sense.
It's not overt. It's not as overt as Jared, but I get what you're saying. But it's not as overt in words, at least.
I think it's equal. Yeah, it's not always. That's what I'm saying. It's like turned down a little bit, right? Like he turned some of the, like some of those notes down, so it's not too like he doesn't have like a high F. It's just loud fucking F sharp or whatever. That's the loudest one. Yeah,
it's less direct.
But he's like toned it down.
I think it's actually stronger that it's masked through that indirectness. Like like Jared is like he'll say what he's saying. He's not afraid of it, and there's it's clear what Jared's saying. He's not being coy about it. Right? He's being very clear. Maybe a little bit on the way he structures the argument, so he can't get pinned down. But it's clear what Jared's saying. What this guy's saying, like you could miss it. Like there's a lot of like subtle things that to me indicate that he's much more that even though his language is softer. That's how I'm hearing him.
I think I agree with you that it's almost more nefarious because of the way that he's doing it, but like it's even more like kind of like refined, right? Like whatever he's doing is like a more refined job. But yeah, so I agree with that. But I think at the same time, I think Kauffman also knows who he's talking to. He can't say those things to Dave's audience like the way that Jared Taylor would say it, you know, like little Shaniqua. Like, you know, he can't
do that. Who that?
Yeah, who
that? And no one knows what that means either. It's hilarious. No one has any fucking clue what that means.
Look it up. Go to BitChute. Type in Jared Taylor. Who that?
But like, what do you guys think?
That shit was funny.
What do you guys think in regard? Like, what do you think Dave is doing? Because like, either we're calling him that stupid to where he doesn't even understand what the other guy's saying, or but he brings up in the beginning like, oh yeah, I know you're a controversial figure type in a way, right? In the libertarian, you know, inner circles type of thing, right? You're kind of controversial, which means he probably knows what the guy's saying essentially. So why is Dave doing this? For what reason? Does anyone like have an idea, a guess? And we're all guessing, but like
it's part of his job. I think this is like this is a business meeting. I'm serious. I think this is a part of his job. It's like taking a meeting on Zoom with somebody for work. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like it's part of the network. It's part of the job. It's like he's working right now. This is work.
But then he like essentially disavowed the Libertarian Party. The once again, the guy who won the nomination, right? Chase Oliver or whatever. He won the nomination. So thus, you know, when Trump fails you after you endorsing him over the Chase Oliver guy, you should actually go back to the main core Libertarian Party, right? So, and this guy's being kind of excommunicated. So why him? What's Dave's reason for all of this? That's what I'm like. What
because
do you think?
I have a feeling that this is just my opinion from what I've observed from them, because they're part of the Mises caucus kind of organization. They do have like some deep pockets in terms of like financial backing, and that is even connected to like the Jeffrey Yoss guy and like the Jeffrey Sachs, who's part of the Trump administration, and kind of like that Peter Thiel wing of that, I guess, of the Trump
not Jeffrey Sachs.
arena David Sachs.
David Sachs.
I'm sorry,
David
isn't
Sachs.
it David Sachs? Sorry, David Sachs. He's the crypto czar, I believe, and he's the AI czar for Trump's administration. But so like they're all very involved with like those guys. So I think that they're trying to like, they don't want to be associated with like the libertarian that could like, because I'm sure the Chase Oliver guy would probably have a conversation with like a Larkin Rose, right?
Okay.
Like I think he would, because I think he just didn't want to deal with like, because he's going to bring it up later, but he's like, yeah, and Chase didn't even want to go to Tim Pool's show with me to debate on Timcast IRL. It's like, no offense, but like, I'm not going to say like, oh, he's not media savvy because he doesn't want to go on Timcast IRL. You know, he probably just knows.
I mean, me personally, I'd be disappointed for different reasons. I'd be like, yeah, go there and scorch these fucking idiots.
Please, exactly. Them. I'd be like, please invite me to your compound. Please. Can I come? I'm on 70 right now. I'm on my way.
But if someone's like disgusted, I get that. But yeah, God, sorry.
What I was going to say was like, I think these people I think this is like work for them. This is like money. This is like people's investments, and there's like tech stuff involved, and their fucking sheath underwear, Patriot supply. There's like, you know what I mean? It's like a whole fucking like black rifle coffee or whatever. Like it's a whole network. It's a whole thing. And they're all a part of it. So it's like, I think this is just like another meeting as part of like being in this kind of unofficial network, official network.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Jesse, before I ask my question.
Yeah, I agree with the work thing. I think that David is seeing things like he sees him on his team, and so being on his team, like he sees that beyond other things. Like he recognizes there's differences, right? But he's not gonna like call him out on those differences. Like he might contrast some opinions or rephrase things differently, but he's not out there to make a spectacle of him, right? So
yeah,
like even if this guy
but he had wait,
like
real quick, you can go back to what you were saying, but like didn't he have like the Libertarian Party nominee, right? Like the one who won the fucking, I guess, primary for libertarianism, right? To run the general one. Why was he so like trying to embarrass that guy versus this motherfucker? Right? Like, how does that make sense?
That's where I was going to go next. Is that it doesn't matter if this Kauffman goes against the Libertarian Party, because libertarians are, they have different factions, right? Like I'm not as familiar, like okay, Mises and this other thing, but they have different factions, and you could see like how David, for instance, talks against like left libertarians, right? He's referenced that a few times in this interview.
Yep.
And he talks about that negatively. So they're not like pure libertarians as like they're not pure all like united in that. So to go against one libertarian, or to like even if you can appear subversive to some of them, at the same time, if it fits with your ideals closer, maybe not all of it, but if it's closer to what you're thinking, then you might view that as a more pure form of what you want. So like I don't think it's necessarily taken as a negative, where in parties like Democrats or Republicans, they're so large and they basically have a shot to win. Like dividing is always seen as a problem, right? But they don't really have a unification in the first place, right? Like and they don't, like, it's not gonna change the outcome of the election if they break it up. So I think it's just more normal there.
Okay. I was considering the idea of, because Dave.
What's your theory?
Well, I don't have a theory really, but it's more of like, well, if Dave had this guy on in the past, and he's trying to like maintain that credibility of being like, yeah, I still do inside baseball Libertarian Party stuff, where you can't just deny this guy. Maybe I don't know. I consider that as a possibility. I don't know enough though, to be honest with you. I don't know enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dave was running for the Libertarian ticket though, with like Clint Russell, and then they.
No offense to him. I don't know if he means well. I don't know enough, but that guy.
Yeah.
Fuck, is he stupid, man? He's fucking dumb, man.
Oh, Clint Russell. Yeah,
yes,
no. He was. Yeah, he was the VP for the guy that they all wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he talks about it like, yeah, I could have been vice president. Bitch, shut up.
Go write me another fucking freestyle, rap freestyle.
Whatever. Anyway.
No, it's
no, that's fair. Maybe it's like kind of like his bona fides or whatever, like his libertarian street cred, like to make sure, like, look, I'm still in this, guys, kind of thing. Like, yeah. But if he was doing that, then like he's not talking to those other guys. Like, it seems like the national party, along with the other states, are saying like, we don't want to be affiliated with you.
It seems like, I don't know. It seems like even once again, I fucking hate politics. I love politics, but I hate politics. And there's this idea of left and right? And let's say like within Libertarian Party style thing of left and right there. This guy was just calling Thomas Massey like left leaning on certain, because he said racist about a gun policy, right? And this guy he's like, I get upset by that, right?
He doesn't like the word, yeah.
and Dave was basically defending Massey, right? Like, who's to say it's not
Mhm.
racist, right? Was basically Dave's
Mhm.
answer. And it's like, wait, does
Yeah.
left mean you care about? Is it like they're actually using left meaning like SJW, identity politics, the stereotypes, right, of the whole culture
Yeah.
war aspect? It's like is that what left means? Because like it's like Dave, you can't be like I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just kind of
what
because
does
especially
right
Dave,
mean?
because of how much time he spends with those people, where he knows it's like a very stratified, just like the quote unquote right wing, right? It's not all the same
Yeah,
fucking people.
exactly.
It's highly stratified. So, and he knows that, and that's why it's like weird that it's just kind of you're operating off of Jeremy's paradigm, right?
Yeah,
Like, when are you going to operate off of Dave's?
exactly. Actually, like very exactly. Actually, like yo, Dave, like where are you at, dude? Where are you? If you viewed this guy as like an adversary or as a opponent to go at you, I think you'd sound different. So
Yeah.
thus, I thought it's about the ideas and taking care of the world, man. Right? What happened? Or is it strictly about, I don't know, this like perception of, who you treat a certain way versus others instead of about
Yeah.
ideas itself,
Yeah.
which makes you a fucking lame and a bot and a ditz and a dumb fuck that more people are going to realize you're a dumb fuck.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
And honestly, screaming
Yeah.
about anti-woke this and that and the other, it's really not that different than like the stuff that they make fun of where it's like, oh, you got a Ukraine flag in your bio, you got an Israel flag in your bio. You're doing the same thing. Just because you're not wearing a flag pin, like, it doesn't mean you're not doing the same fucking thing in terms of just like bot behavior. Just drone. You're a drone.
Let me say this one thing. This is like outside of this whole, not outside of it, but it's pertaining to Dave and potentially what he could be doing. Although he looks quite nefarious to me after seeing so many things, I'm like, man, you look like a weirdo. But I can see someone being so captured psychologically, and I've experienced that myself. I remember like back in the day, I'd go to the park, right? Just me and my dad. He'd throw baseballs to me, and I'm hitting baseballs, right? But I can hear the back of my head wondering if anyone's looking as I'm doing it. As in, like, does it look good? Like, hey guys, like, hey, someone might be watching. Let me like hit baseballs further than I normally do. Like that little thing in the back of your head of like wanting to be noticed in a way, right?
Mhm.
Like, man, I wonder, Dave, if you got a high volume dose of that thing. Just considering it as a possibility,
Mhm.
it's very dangerous to play with. And in fact, you shouldn't be doing this if you have that phenomenon dancing around in the back of your fucking skull. You should do something else, honestly. That's me trying to do the humanizing thing and the human thing.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That does happen. So
But all right, let's move
it's a
on.
very common thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know how common it is, but that definitely exists. I did it myself.
I've definitely experienced something like that as well, in terms of like, oh, like if they're watching, like, let me do it like this, or it's just that pressure of like, you have eyes on you, so it's like, now I got to maybe perform a little bit more, but it's like, wait, what am I doing? I don't know. I think people experience that, where it's like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
So you just like laugh at yourself. I'm like, I'm dumb.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck,
fucking
dude?
dumb.
Jesus Christ.
Get over yourself, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, keep it moving.
But actually, Hickory said it. That's a newer term that he brought to me as a younger guy. He brought it up to me of like audience captured. That's like a term now. Audience captured. I'm like, damn. Are you that guy, Dave? Are you that? I don't know. I'll leave room. I guess we'll find out. Maybe,
is that like
we'll find out.
You make certain types of content and that's what your audience expects you to make, so you make more of that even in order to keep the audience? Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
or
that's a good term.
You honked the horn one day and you got 100,000 views, so you know what, let me like honk a horn in every video I do now. Like, meanwhile it's like, is that you
on Monday, on Tuesday? I'm gonna honk the horn on Thursday. Yeah,
is that what you do? Or is it like organic and real and authentic. But all right, let's hit play here. There's plenty more. I said it was a marathon in the beginning. We're here. Let's keep going. Here we go.
In a democratic system, the beliefs of the demographics in your geographical area are the whole thing. I mean, that's what ends up making the difference. So here's where I would kind of agree with you. I think that I think there is something to guys like Massey and Paul. They're almost a little bit limited in their own vocabulary about how exactly to talk about what we're really dealing with here. You know, there was an old tweet of mine that it's like taken out of context and going viral now by people who don't like me, but where I said something like, I'm not for closed borders. But what I was actually doing was arguing back with another libertarian who was like, well, you're for closed borders. And I was like, well, no. I'm not for open borders, but I'm not for. And essentially what I meant by that is like, I'm not saying there should be no immigrants ever coming in. I'm saying having a system where millions of people from third world countries pour in an unaccountable manner against the wishes of the domestic population is suicide and is.
Someone told Dave that this guy brought up South Africans versus other immigrants and said South Africans are okay. Well, sorry. White South Africans are okay. The other ones maybe not want to, let them in.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think Dave might agree with that because he's going to tell you, well, because the farmers are being killed by the South African gangs in Pretoria, in Cape Town.
Yeah, but there's gangs in Mexico or Honduras or
but
Venezuela.
These people can assimilate. They can assimilate.
Oh, okay. So Dave's gonna have to like blatantly say that, otherwise he's a fucking liar.
He has said things like that, not exactly in those words, because he can't do that. Like it's not time.
That makes him a fucking liar at that point, right? If you're like, you know what you're saying, but you don't want to say it, so you're being deceptive about it. That makes you a fucking liar. So like, come on, Dave. Like, whatever. Okay. Once again, to be fair, I have not heard the other statements in the past. I personally have not heard them, so I'll be fair to Dave. But still, to me, I'm like, that perks my ears a little bit. Like, what are you saying exactly, Dave? But okay, let's hit play. Here we go.
It's insane.
He plays the same. He does the same thing that Tucker Carlson does.
Yeah.
Where it's like you can't you have to have levels to this stuff, right? Where it's like you have the Nick Fuentes wing where you can kind of just like go all out to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You have your chud, like it's like layers of like just rotten fucking onion. Yeah.
Here we go. And also shout out to Lauren Southern if it's all just a game and an act and bullshit. If she's correct, right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I hope she's all right. Yeah.
But all right, here we go.
If everything she said was real with the Andrew Tate thing, I really hope she's all right.
The domestic population is suicide and is insane. And what people are, it's like the conversation isn't even really about immigration here. We're talking about mass migration. We're talking about what I know it's become the dirty word, but replacement levels of immigration, where you're sending in like over a few short decades, tens of millions, and then over a few short years, another 10 million or something like this. No, this is and there is something about like the sake of to capture, like that is such a profound crime. You could argue it's the most profound crime that a government could commit against their citizenry, is to actually replace the culture and the people against their will. And so
with what?
It's important to have language to really oppose that.
South African footy?
Okay, but like, so like there is some truth to that.
I don't know.
But also, essentially what Donald Trump's done a good job on is securing the border. He hasn't really been getting the people
to play rugby.
Deportations really aren't the strong suit of this administration, but he did.
Someone told Dave that didn't Americans die during his immigration policy? Weren't people getting like shot and killed? Right. So, unless that, hey, only like 2 or 3 died. It's like whatever. It's a win. Only 2 or 3 died. Like that's these dumb fucks thinking. Apparently,
Mm.
Sorry for pausing. All right, here we go.
But also,
well, it's just kind of funny where it's like you have to
Okay.
do all these cartwheels and backflips and fucking like maneuvers because your idea sucks. You have to like lie, like, or you have to like just do all these contortions to kind of like serve us as fucking shit. Because it's like if you just said it the way that you wanted to say it, it's not gonna work, right? So like maybe it's not that good of an idea.
Yeah.
Like if you can't just like talk to somebody about it, if you can't just like talk to someone about it, you know, on the counter while eating an apple, you know, at home, or you know what I mean? Like if you feel icky, I don't know. I guess it depends on who you're talking to, but it's like, yeah.
Self-imposed shackles. It's like they're not allowed to like actually go over something. It has to be laced with some sort of media cultured thing.
Yeah.
It can't just be like an actual real discussion of real opinions and like, hey, what do you actually think? What are you tailoring your language for when you're talking to Jeremy Kauffman versus someone else? Well, what is that phenomenon, Dave? Of course he hasn't thought about it, which is why he's a bot in a ditch.
Yeah.
And the audience will forgive me, audience, but I have to look at you too. I'm worried. I'm saying like Dave's audience, maybe mine too, to be honest with you. But I get worried.
Opeth seething.
I get worried when you guys are almost setting this guy up as like a ritual to destroy him later and feel better about yourselves. Like, hey man, listen, these ideas suck. And Dave said, you know what? Let's take Dave down a notch. Let's knock him down a peg by shitting on him or downvoting him or whatever the fuck you do, right? And then when Dave finally gets his fucking block knocked off by some other content creator, now it feels like a victory. Well, guess what, guys? Fuck. It's like, fuck, dude. Where is wisdom at? Is there attempts towards the idea of wisdom instead of essentially social credit points? Essentially.
Yeah.
Societal credit points, essentially, without a system behind it either, right? Just actual invisible social points you got. But all right, what's the plan? Here we go.
Donald Trump's done a good job on securing the border. He hasn't really been getting the people to leave. Deportations really aren't the strong suit of this administration, but he did secure the border, and that is true. But then there's also a lot of other really important things.
Why do people want to come here?
You got like, even in,
who cares?
Look,
Who cares?
I
mean, like, why are people watching this stuff?
Of this show, I'm not a political actor. I'm not like thinking about like
why do
what
people want to cross.
Stop rage baiting.
I try to be one, but I really just talk about how I feel.
I mean, I thought that was really asking. I mean, I'm wondering the same thing.
Even if I was being a political actor,
stop rage baiting.
I would say that Donald Trump, you know, by launching this,
someone will fucking hear
disastrous war, by going in the direction that he's moved here, he's ended up blowing the whole coalition that's surrounding, you know, people like that. And for libertarians, if we were going to play a role of saying like, hey, we will support you if you give us some promises, it makes sense just as a political action that it would be we also then oppose you if you break a bunch of those promises. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Body Brain Coffee. Of course, the brainchild of
BBC. Body Brain Coffee is BBC.
Body Brain Coffee is awesome. I drink a cup of it every day, and I've never felt better. So I highly do recommend this stuff. If you're a guy, you're around
BBC,
age,
use code Dave20.
Testosterone. You don't have to take pills or powder.
Go give Dave money.
It's just you always drink a cup
to
BRB. So just drink a cup of coffee every day. That's it. And they just launched the creamer as well, which is delicious. So you got all types of different options.
BBC and creamer.
Also, as I
you see what he's selling?
Louis J. Gomez
selling that BBC.
Company. He created this product. It's genuinely really great. And he's the guy who convinced me to start podcasting. So if you love this podcast, you do in a way.
Jordan, how dare you leave during the fucking ad?
Here's a great way to
let it.
We blow this coffee brand up, and you get yourself a delicious cup of coffee that naturally boosts testosterone. So
blow this BBC up and get the cream.
Use the promo code Dave20. That will get you 20% off your order. Once again, that's bodybraincoffee.com. Promo code Dave20 for 20% off. All right, let's get back into the show. Seems
sure, and I don't
move to me.
I'm not here to be on the show and try to argue your audience should be, again, supporting everything that Trump does. I'm still very anti-interventionist. Some of this stuff, really does seem unnecessary. To me, I also will say, my foreign policy chops, almost certainly aren't as good as yours. So, when we get into the play-by-play of everything happening, I'm not going to know as much as you do. But my inclination is that, yeah, some of this stuff was unnecessary.
My ignorance protects me from.
I just don't know. I just don't see a better strategy. libertarians are, in my opinion, 9 out of 10 libertarians are on the right by the data that I can find, and then inside of the right, libertarians are maybe 10% of the right, 20% of the right at the upper side, and so it's like, well.
Sorry, just really quick. He was like,
"How are we getting?"
He was like, well, yeah, I'm not going to argue the foreign policy stuff in detail with you because I really just don't know that stuff. And it's like, yeah, I bet you don't want to know that stuff, right? Because that's the fucking protection. It is. That's armor, against having to argue anything. Oh, I don't know. I'm just a guy from New Hampshire.
Well, if you bring in the morality, just going over the details of what happens on a foreign policy level.
I think New Hampshire was recently kicked out of the Libertarian Party. The New Hampshire branch.
This is part of that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the leaders of that, right? In the New Hampshire wing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you bring up foreign policy, it puts a damper in your moral philosophy that you're expelling to your audience, right?
Yeah.
If it's like, hey, listen, man, we don't like murder, and then you see the foreign policy, it's like, well, you don't like certain murder or certain types of people being murdered. Maybe that's your real problem, and thus you have to contend with that. And that once again, since certain people have a hereditary disposition towards fairness, they may look at that and be like, "Wait a minute, how come they're allowed to be killed, but if it happens to us, it's a big deal?" Because we have once again a disposition towards fairness. That'd be fucked up, kind of, right, man? And thus, once again, this is even what's before preschool? Daycare? Did it say daycare? Daycare, right? It's daycare psychology.
You know which class you're going to tomorrow.
It's daycare psychology at best. It won't stand up to scrutiny on a philosophical moral level. It won't stand up to it. Not even close to it.
Yeah.
Who taught you daycare?
But and if you've heard enough of my video, you know that already. It's obvious, right? Just simple observation. You know that already. And I think Dave knows that already, right? As far as the simple level of normal human decency, morality level thing. He's aware of that, and this guy does not hold up to it. But yet Dave is here doing fucking mop dances for this fool, cleaning up and doing backflips for him.
You should be honest. I'm saying you should be honest about picking sides.
What was that, my child? I didn't hear you. Say that again.
So what you're saying is you should be honest about picking sides.
If you pick the side, yeah, you should be honest about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so pick your side.
No, wait. I said if you're picking sides, you should be honest about picking sides.
Yeah. So pick your side. Announce it. Tell us whose side you're on.
I'm not
His
saying
name's Bernie.
I'm not saying you have to pick a. Are you triggered or something, man? You okay? Whatever. Okay, moving on.
I mean, I could tell you I'm on my side. I think most people are on their own side.
It's like Dubster gets triggered by something, says some stupid shit out loud, and then Ed jumps in to protect Dubster, saying some stupid shit out loud. And I'm just like, okay, You know what? I'm gonna hit fucking play.
I'm not defending Dubster. I'm just replying with my. He asked the question as terms of which side are you on? I say I'm on my side. How are that defending Dubster?
Oh boy.
Dubster's asking you to choose between, I think, Dave and someone else, right? But I'm saying I'm going in a different direction.
Okay.
And I'm saying Jordan picked Bernie Sanders' side.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Sometimes I agree with Bernie, sometimes I don't.
Ed, forgive me for even asking the question. Do you do distracting things to help Dubster out?
Nothing to be sorry about, but no two people can agree on all positions or priorities.
Do you do distraction things to help Dubster out when he says stupid shit out loud? Do you?
So there's.
Can I ask you that or
you can be on the side of certain things, but
wait.
Why was that stupid?
Ed.
It was on topic.
Let me ask you again.
It was on the topic
do
of
you
what
say
you brought
things
up of
to distract from how the dumb shit that Dubster says out loud?
If you're gonna
I'm gonna
claim
roll
morality in it, you're not relative.
I mean, I'm gonna leave him alone because he's already done this a million times before.
I'm just responding with quite a bit like
you're taking the app.
Okay, fair enough.
Made up absolute position.
I apologize for even
of
going that
morality.
direction. If that's where you're at.
You're taking your made up position of absolute morality and trying to pretend like you don't have leanings.
Sometimes things reach a level, Dubster, where you don't exactly know, I don't think, of how to argue in that area. So now I think you're trying to ask questions that you're not actually trying to arrive at an answer. You're trying to involve yourself instead of, hey man, maybe I don't know that or never thought about it. That's my guess. Maybe you're not accepting the idea that maybe you haven't thought about it. You're avoiding that for the sake of, I don't know. I don't know. Arguing with me, I guess, or something like that. But
thank you for your opinion. Now, is there nothing you're on the side of?
I'm moving on, dude. Once again, everything's been said 10 million times.
Go ahead, move on.
Yeah, I don't think you got it, so I'm just gonna move on. Yeah. I'll say it after the video, but right now I didn't want to lose the Dave and Jeremy conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's okay, right?
Yeah, go ahead, move on.
All right. All right, here we go. Let's play.
What we want
is a domestic dispute over.
And what would be nice is if we had libertarian leaders, whether that's Massey or Paul, who were centering around them, or even, at least Angela McArdle was trying to do this. I don't know it all worked out great, but she was, I think, directionally trying to do the right thing of okay, become a coalition, let's horse trade. Look, I'll tell you, we have a Rothbardian ANCAP Mises educated guy. His name is Jason Osborne. He's the House Majority Leader.
Jason Osborne.
And he is constantly
is he related to
telling our guys, whipping our guys. He's like, look,
okay, no,
just got to vote.
Wasn't that the guy's name? The Bourne Identity.
We get what we want. The more
Jason
that we show
Osborne?
that we play ball, the more that I can negotiate.
Matt Damon.
And it's not, of course,
there was no O.
Almost 100 libertarians elected here.
Called the Bourne
but he's the guy we coordinate around, and he's the guy who.
I thought they shortened it for the title.
We show that, hey, we're playing the team. The more that he's able to get our priorities passed, and it doesn't mean that we get what we want 100% of the time. Sometimes our Republican, we were very close to getting campus carry.
You don't like when I make comments about movies. I'll stop.
Who shut it down. We were very close to getting this other school.
No, you're wrong.
It's not even school choice. We already have a great school choice.
Movies and gaming.
And it was Republicans who shot it down. And so, and this is disappointing that our priorities are not happening, not even because of the Democrats, but because of other Republicans at times. What Jason would say, and I'm gonna do a video with him in a couple of weeks on this on the Free State Party channel.
He doesn't want homeless people on his.
At his parks.
He's explaining some of this stuff, and it's like it's hard. Libertarians are disagreeable. We're independent minded.
When you just said that right there, Sebs, it makes you realize if this guy had, hey man, you are now the leader of the. Not U.S. government. I mean, like the entire, you are the runner of the world. Your policies will reign and flourish across the world. It will look like fucking Armageddon, and that's basically a guarantee. That's basically a guarantee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, here we go.
channel.
Pretty much anybody,
which I encourage
but whatever.
the audience to check out. Is
Sorry,
explaining some of this stuff, and it's like it's
happen.
hard. Libertarians are disagreeable. We're independent-minded. We like to speak our truths and say where we're at. But I just don't see a better strategy. And this is like, you know, I don't like it, but like, what am I supposed to do other than hold my nose a little bit? Because I just don't see a better way. I just don't see a better strategy. Like, if I start being like, you know, Trump sucked. Like, it's not like things would be better if Kamala was president.
Buy him some flowers.
I don't like what
Say you're
Trump's
sorry.
that would be better. You know.
Well, I guess okay. Well, let me say it like this. So, because I listened.
I think he likes pansies.
I just earlier today listened to your interview on our good.
Okay, that was funny. I'll give you that. That was funny. I'll give you that one. All right. And also an excuse for me to reset because it's fucking lagging. Oh my god. Sorry, I have 2 keyboards in front of me. I don't normally do that. But I need that fan in my face. Too fucking hot. 1 second. All right. Here we go. Oh my god, I did it again. Here we go.
Good mutual friend Tom Woods show over there, and you were kind of talking about
Woods, man.
how like you know, like at the startup phase you want like more
Tom Woods,
radicals,
BBC.
and then as you're getting bigger and bigger would be the time to moderate the message kind of and things
Promo
like that.
code Dave
So
20.
I think that it might be quite reasonable in the state legislature in New Hampshire where you have a real presence and you really have been building momentum to be like, listen, guys, this is the time where we're going to have to moderate. In fact, I think I remember talking with you years ago about how I almost go that like more of the like Nick Sarwark types in the Libertarian Party. I go, they kind of would have a point if Gary Johnson had gotten 32% of the vote. And you were like, guys, we just need to like get a few more points here. But when your big win is that you got 5%, it's like, no, dude, this is the time to be more radical because you kind of have to go for it. So I do think there's just like that might really make sense within New Hampshire state politics, but on the federal level, and especially when again, this is all a balancing act, right? Like if it felt like in almost all ways, Donald Trump was a huge improvement over the Democrats, but there were a few issues on the margins that weren't very good. I would agree with, like I'm saying, I would agree with the principle. Like, nah, come on, dude, we're getting some huge wins here. We got to stick by it. Let's stay in the coalition. When you're spending more money, he's probably spending double what Obama was spending when he was in. He's spending more money than Joe Biden did in the wake of COVID. And you're launching wars of aggression. And again, fair enough that I focus on foreign policy more than.
But Dave, it's always been going up. So he makes it sound like, okay, one president chose this, right? And if it changes presidencies, all of a sudden it'll go down more. Like, but it's always been going up consistently throughout administrations of different parties.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
like
remember
the baton passing.
Yeah, if you remember Obama's run in 2007, 6, 7, 8 territory, right? It's like he was essentially considered an outsider, like Trump was. He wasn't, beginning of the election season or campaign season as like, oh my God, this guy's going to win. He was nowhere near projected as that. He rose up through the answers he said on stage, which at the time, I mean, right now we'd be like, yo, those are horrendous answers. But back then, relative to the times, it looked like good answers, right? So and he rose up through the ranks by doing that. But yet the same like consistency in regards to policy played out anyways, especially foreign policy. I mean, to a T, just played out over and over and over again. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is this like one long excuse for like, here's why I voted for Trump? Like type of shit.
Yeah, and it is. And then this guy's going to divert what Dave just said to making it about cutting like Social Security.
which was Biden was saying that during some of his campaign stuff.
Yes, he was.
So
like in the 2000s, yeah, or like
even after that, well after that actually.
Was it like 2012 maybe?
No,
because he went back, right?
No, I think even before he ran in 2020, I think he like
shit.
Fuck.
The balls.
A year or two before that, when he's doing like the almost like the Davos style thing, like these speeches.
Because then Trump was like, "I'll never cut Social Security. I would never do that to you." Like that. Because I think Trump came out and did. Yeah, you're right. I forgot.
Biden did that with Social Security and fucking Medicare. He did both with a obviously known older audience that are supporting Biden. Like it's obvious, right? That was part of that. Yeah. And he's like talking in these private, speeches, not so private, but essentially private because who's going to watch it, right? Saying things about cutting, like, hey man, we need to do something about Medicare. Hey, we need to do something about Social Security and the way it's paid for and all that stuff. Like these were being said in
That's what Kauffman. That's what Kauffman's about to say. He's like, it's 85% of the government spending. So that's actually what we're really, the wars, but we got to really focus on, taking these EBT cards out of people's hands, out of their little grubby little hands, their grubby little low class hands.
What's funny is they'll probably cry about socialism, but if this guy was in power, he'd accept social programs, but say, hey guys, you only get like bread and water. Which is also a critique you would say about, hey man, look at the Soviet Russia. That's why we can't have socialism, but also would actually create programs like that in America. Because he knows he can't just outright get rid of it because people will get fucking pissed. So thus he'll turn it into actual bread lines. It's like, wait a minute. And people are dumb enough to fall for this shit. It's ridiculous. But all right.
I mean, that's kind of what it was like right after COVID happened and people were still waiting on their unemployment and shit. Those like food banks, those were bread lines. Those were fucking bread lines. And people were like rolling up in BMWs and shit, picking up boxes of food. Because they unemployment was taking months to get back to anybody because they were overwhelmed. So, because I worked at the food bank for a little bit, trying to help out or whatever. And I, it was actually kind of insane. The amount of people that you would be surprised, the cars that were coming there where it's like, holy shit, like we are in trouble. Because when you put everybody off of work and then you're like, oh, but so our system's jammed and it's going to take us a while to get all these payments to everyone. Actually, it's going to take us like 3 months to get these payments to you guys. So yeah. And you can't work. So
yeah,
those are bread lines. That's fucking like that's the thing. I don't know. Right? Like that's a bread line.
Yeah, we're in a strange reality, my friend.
Yeah,
this is so fucking weird. But we're almost. It feels like people are, especially like people that are locked into politics, are just pretending like it's. Like there isn't anything weird about any of this. Like it's like normal almost.
That was in Hawaii. Like that was right before I came back. So like that was on Oahu, and it was like hundreds of thousands of people that were like just out of work, and a lot of people were like service workers and stuff because it's obviously it's an island people visit, and so it was just kind of like surreal, and the unemployment was so backed up for Oahu specifically, just because like they've never had an influx of that many people applying at the same time, and people were waiting for so long. Somebody got so mad they threw a fucking chair through the window, the unemployment office window, and so they had to shut down the office and move all of their employees to a different location. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is a mess.
I wonder if that was attached to because weren't they like, what was it, man? Was it like $600 a week or something for unemployment?
A week,
in the COVID
on top of the
era thing, and thus, but
that was part of the stimulus check.
Yeah, exactly. But like, how many got it versus didn't get it? Like versus like
well, if you got unemployment, you got unemployment, you automatically qualified for it. Okay. Automatically, like if you got unemployment, the $600 garnish per week was automatic. Like if you were able to qualify for the unemployment, like with the state that you were in. So it was So it's like because unemployment every week, it's depending on the state that you're in, it's not very much. Like it can go down all the way to like $300 a week to like $600, and maybe in California it might be like $900. In Hawaii actually it was like $800 something, just because the the price of living, or cost of living.
Yeah.
But then you got an extra 600 on top of that every week, like for that many months. And then they extended it to like September, and then they were like, yeah, no more.
Yeah.
Y'all are done.
Yeah, that was the fucking the rent shit. Like a halt on rent for like that was during a COVID era thing.
Because people couldn't pay.
Yeah.
People could not pay. It was such a, that's why I ended up moving back. And it was just such a fucking mess. Like, because we didn't know when we could go back to work. And it's like, when am I going to get my money? It's like, bitch, we don't fucking know. Like, I don't even know who you are. Like, well, they're like, we haven't even processed your shit yet. It took me 3.5 months to get like even the first check. Most people, it took 2.5 months, 3 months. It was crazy. Like, because like, dude, my bills, like it's,
I knew those fucking checks, the 1,200, right, for like a single person with no kids or whatever the fuck, like the $1,200. I knew that was like, hey, we're delaying, we're giving you debt basically, and you're gonna have to owe it back later on. We'll do something to like get it back. That's the way it felt, at least.
Yeah.
But when people were like,
well,
yo,
I had
got
them
my
take out
check
the taxes up front. Yeah. No, I had them take out because they gave you the option of like, oh, do you want to pay the taxes at the end, or like you wanted to take it out of the check every week? I'm like, take that shit out every week. I don't want to pay you. I don't want to deal with you again. Like, I'll just take a little less money. Yeah.
I was thinking in like a straight up like, what's gonna happen sense of like, yeah, they'll make up for that later on. They'll pull back
with inflation.
Yeah, whatever it is, whatever form it takes.
Yeah.
Whatever form it takes. Like, hey, we're gonna recoup on that fucking 1,200 we gave to whatever millions amount of people, right? That's the way I felt, at least.
Yeah. Well, then they also had the PPP loan thing where a bunch of people who were lower like borrowers like didn't get the same treatment that like fucking all these like Kanye West got a PPP loan, like all these like Hollywood people, and then they use it the right way so they didn't have to pay it back. Unlike people like my uncle who had to pay it back and ended up having to close his restaurant and hates Nancy Pelosi now. So, but yeah, so it's just it like it really screwed so many people over. Small business owners mainly.
Yeah.
Crushed.
You sound like a right winger right here. What's going on? The fuck?
I mean, it's true though. It is what it is. While they were just like sitting there eating ice cream, fucking
the Nancy.
Yeah, literally. And my family is in San Francisco. That's why I'm like literally like that's their gal. Not anymore, but yeah. So yeah.
All right. Let's play. Let's keep it moving here.
It was connected. Breadlines. Go ahead.
Yes. But all right, here we go.
And other stuff, but like, I mean, dude, like the amount of devastation that this thing has already caused. It's not just like there's a few cents up at the pump. It's like the global economy has been starved of energy for 2 months now. This is going to cause major problems. Anyway, I just go at a certain point. I don't think this is the correct strategy. I think essentially what ends up happening is that libertarians lose, essentially we lose our reputations. We lose any of our standing as truth tellers, which then undercuts our ability to have political options going forward. But I would say,
libertarian means truth teller.
For someone from your perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong here.
Sure.
But
unless you're Chase Oliver.
The State Project is the best thing, is the best libertarian strategy, right? I mean, that's the most important thing to you, is kind of like the health of that project.
For sure. So I mean, well, I just think I see libertarians as, and I'll use some leftist language here, but they're a dominated minority. You know, our preferences.
Marginalized.
If you're a right-wing libertarian, you're 5% of the population in America. You know, and so the 5% of the population never gets what they want. But when 5% of the population concentrates in one place, you know, the most successful anarchists in America are the Amish. The Amish don't have to pay Social Security. They don't have to register for the draft. They did this by being a physically concentrated population who, you know, was willing to stand up. You can look at what the Mormons have been able to achieve in Utah. You can look at, I wouldn't always endorse everything they do. You can look at what the Hasidic Jews have done in New Jersey and, you know, New York, where they've, you know, sort of taken.
I have to push back on that because I'm sorry, just because they seem like a happy little town with their wives and sister, whatever wives, and all that. Like, it doesn't mean there's not like fucked up shit. First of all, they're like forced to stay in those communities. Like, how much freedom is that if you're forced to stay in the community? Get real. Stop fetishizing people. Just, I don't know. It's like like the native thing that they do, like on the quote unquote left or whatever. It's like, oh, like it's a native thing. It's just, it's like, oh, like it's like they're Native Americans, like the Amish,
the indigenous people
on this side. Yes. It's just stop. And how libertarian is that if you're like forced to stay there, fucking milk cows and shit, and fuck your brother? You know?
This,
what the hell?
This video
Your
is
brother,
old,
uncle.
right?
Like what? A week old?
Oh, a week? Okay,
this
so
video?
it's not back during the election
How
time.
old is the video? No, it's not from
last
the
week.
election. Last week.
Okay. So he has the mindset of last week. That's what I'm really getting at as he talks about this.
Wait, which personality am I talking to, Dubster? Which one? Is this Mike? Yeah. I get it though. Life is rough. Life is a highway. I'm gonna ride it all night.
It works. It does work here in New Hampshire where, again, if something happens, I have...
You actually can't ride a highway all night long, but you can ride an expressway or a freeway all night long.
People in positions
I just want to make that.
We have influence and control over various institutions. We're doing our own sort of march to the institutions here. And so to me, this is a real strategy. A democracy in general, whether it's the Free State Movement or something else, by the way, it might be something else, but a democracy has never voted itself out of socialism. We haven't seen, we basically continue to expand the franchise. What I call the scariest graph in the world is to look at the percentage of GDP
DC
that is controlled
DC
by
versus
governments,
Marvel.
not just in America, but across Europe. And it's a line that just goes nothing but up for 120
Who's your fighter?
years. And so how do we get out of this? We managed to stay afloat, quite frankly, thankfully to entrepreneurs and innovative people that continue to make us more, more productive. And so I will say, my life is nonetheless better. Despite this increasing parasite load of my government, my life is better than it was in the past. So I'm not here,
despite the
parasitic. This doesn't seem sustainable over time. Unless we're expecting just internet activity gains to always save us. And so something new has to come about. It's inevitable. The pressure and the incentive to create something new is higher than it ever is before. This is also what I'm working on. I don't know how much you want to get into on the show, but it's actually a big part of what I'm working on.
PlayStation 6
with the Free State Party, which is my new, which has been my new venture. And if we're talking about saving America, it's got to be centering around someone who can actually solve these problems, which, as much as I would like to happen in this purely voluntary way, I think if you're talking about saving America, you need someone a little bit more of like an energy like a Malay or even a Bukhari, who I want to be very clear is not a libertarian in many ways.
Let's talk about Argentina right now.
To be someone who's willing to, look, Trump disappoints me in this area. I wish he was stronger. He doesn't do enough. But we are in a system that is so against us.
Well, he cut all of the social programs and shit, and now people
it's not just the
have
government.
Nowhere to go, nothing to do,
bureaucracies,
and now they're at their doorsteps.
Universities. It's all of these institutions.
Think was gonna happen.
And this is again also why, despite not liking a lot of what Trump does, I'm not eager to condemn it, because he's like the first thing I've seen in my life. And I didn't even get this at first. I wasn't like a huge Trump fan in 2016. I was by 2020, but I was not a huge fan of Trump in 2016. It took me a while to get this, to understand that he's the first thing that is disruptive to the system, that threatens the system, like even a little bit. And
what's funny is his rhetoric in 2016 was a lot more threatening to the quote unquote system than him in office, and then him in this recent campaign. Like that makes no sense. That's it's not even Tim Pool. That's Steven Crowder. That's Ben Shapiro of like, listen, we don't like Trump, right? As he's campaigning because of what he's saying, right? The ideas he's saying would actually if he actually followed through on the ideas he said out loud, would actually buck the system on paper, at least, right? So thus, that would be the Trump you actually would want, Mr. Race Realist, right? It would be that, like, that'd be the guy if he's like if you're looking for someone that bucks the system. That's the thing right there. In fact, it left room for the idea of a race realist, right? Of someone of a Jared Taylor type. Like it left room for that too in his rhetoric, right? Of him not being politically correct and him saying belligerent words that, go against the grain. Like he was doing that back then too. So like the only other difference was that he was saying those things attached to, hey, there's corruption over there. We're going to take it down. Hey, this is not right. We're going to take it down. Hey, your fucking brother got us into the Iraq war. Hey, you're going to jail. Hillary, you're going to jail because you're corrupt. Right? I love WikiLeaks. He's saying like all that attached to each other. That made more. That's why that event made more sense to me. I didn't support Trump at all. I'm like, I don't trust you. But I understood why others did so. And this guy coming on here, once again, with all the experience, right? With all the retroactive knowledge, all the hindsight, right, of the scenario. And he's saying like, well, I didn't really like him back then, but then I realized he's good for the message. Like, what message are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that is directly Ben Shapiro, by the way. I was supporting Ted Cruz, but as time passed, I realized Trump's the real deal. He's our guy. He is our guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, huh, that was kind of weird. But yeah. It's
no, that is definitely Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
It is.
It's like actually maybe verbatim Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all right. Here we go.
And so I'm just not eager to jump away from that until I see my ability to jump to something better. And someone like Massey,
He's a cushion.
Like
he has to dismiss Massey.
His popularity. I'm glad he's getting more popular. I would love if he could become president, but he's not getting popular by talking about cutting spending, right? He's gotten popular by talking about Epstein stuff and the war in Iran. And I think a lot of this popularity is coming from people who are happy to support him because they see him as oppositional to Trump. But if it ever came to Massey enacting a right-wing libertarian agenda, would turn on them in a second because they don't want to cut food stamps or spending or shrink the regulatory state. They just like that he's sticking his thumb in the eye of Trump, which I'm not saying Trump is entirely undeserving of. So I'm not here to condemn Massey and say he's
But Donald Trump is the guy, like when Thomas Massey did vote against the giant spending bill in COVID that caused so much of the inflation, Trump's the guy who's going to demonize him and send all of his people to attack him. So yes, it might be the case that Thomas Massey appeals to a lot of people, but then when it gets down to the business of cutting food stamps, they're going to have a problem. Donald Trump's, there's no illusion that he's ever even going to get down to the business of cutting food stamps or anything like that.
I will say,
I don't know why it's a desperate thing.
But my understanding is that Trump.
Yeah, like, sorry, I find that so weird, Jordan. I was saying this to Jesse yesterday. Like every time I hear it, it just sounds weird. It's like, why is that your you go the EBT cards? Like I don't. Why?
You want to hear my answer?
Yes.
My answer is devil worshiping, but that's such an abstract terminology, and based on like what I define that to be, towards like it'll get lost in translation. But like that's devil worshiping to me, where it's like. You guys get the context of people who don't have enough money or in a weird social spot where they, in a way, need help. Or, fuck it, they're too lazy. Fuck it, they're too lazy. How about, why not that either?
It's food.
How about
it's
that?
Fucking food.
Why is that needed to be taken away?
On starving.
And it's like, oh, got it. You like the other team. Got it.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul is okay as long as Paul.
It's not going to work, Dubster. You already know where I stand, so I don't know who you're arguing with. You know where I stand.
Oh no, I'm just pointing out the behind what you're actually saying.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is that shit's fucking devil worshiping. It really is. It really is.
So it's good to rob Peter to pay Paul as long as Paul is starving.
It's okay. God's watching, Dubster. It's all right.
That's what you're saying.
No, don't worry. God's watching. Don't worry. It's all good.
I don't know. It's like I get taken aback every time I hear these arguments, specifically from like there was this one guy who was arguing for something similar in Minnesota where he's like, yeah, we need to take the free breakfast away. And it's like, I'm not saying the quality of the breakfast is good, but it's like, imagine just going up there and being like, no, like kids shouldn't be eating free breakfast in the morning. Like, are you okay? And then the lady was asking him questions about it. And he's like, well, I started working with my father when I was 13 years old.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Oh, you know what? you know the video what I'm talking about. Okay.
No, not the video.
Guy.
Not the video.
Yeah.
The sentiment, I know. The sentiment, I know. Not the video you're talking about.
No, this is a real like politician in like Minnesota State, I guess. They were trying to cut the breakfast program, the woke breakfast program or whatever.
Yeah.
That it was for the whole state, no matter who you were, and you didn't have to disclose your family's income. It doesn't matter if your family made $1 million a year or $25,000 a year. Everybody gets free breakfast because it's a way. It's like, don't stigmatize, like a group like where it's. It's like, oh, okay, here, do you can't afford, are you on discount lunch, whatever? No, it's like, no, everybody gets it. Everybody. If you're here, we're going to feed you. And they're like, no, we can't have that. We can't give them fucking shitty ass pizza, Detroit pizza. Sorry, Silver, for on Fridays for free. Sorry, Silver, that was
YouTube. Like, that was a quiet callback inside joke, by the way. But yes, go ahead.
Sorry. But yeah, it's like, really? I don't know.
But
do you feel good about yourself?
They have according to Jeremy, he has a hereditary inclination towards fairness. They're just being fair.
Maybe when he said fair, he meant like fair skinned. Right? Like they're fair.
Okay, I'm not going there. You're a little joke right there. God damn it.
I'm just saying. Maybe that's what he meant. It was a wordplay. He was like, "Oh, you think I mean fair, but I mean fair, my fair lady."
There's plenty of awesome fair-skinned people in the world. How dare you leave them alone? Anyway,
I'm saying for Jeremy, I'm not saying them. They have nothing to do with him. He's his own fair-skinned person. I'm just saying that maybe that's what he meant.
Oh fuck. No, but yeah, my personal belief. Sorry, I think. I'll say. In words, Jordan says this: they're fucking devil worshippers. But I can't call it just strictly a belief. I'll put it that way. That's okay. All right, let's play. Here we go.
Wanted more cuts than Congress was willing to deliver for him. That this was not that I'm not trying to portray Trump as a Massey-like figure in terms of the budget, but I've seen I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but I've seen some solid evidence that like what Trump wanted more cuts than Congress was willing to deliver. And so it was actually Congress that has been inhibiting the ability to do more of that.
Oh, no fucking shit. They stopped them because they have to go face their constituents and tell them what? They took away their money? Like what? Yeah. Fuck no. You think Maxine Waters is going to vote for that? You'll get eaten alive in your fucking district if you cut their Social Security.
Also, I went more with he just making the excuse of, well, it's their fault and he's good.
Oh yeah,
Trump's a good guy, but it's these guys stopping him from truly being able to unleash his righteousness onto the world. Pause.
But let's follow like their logic. Like they're working in the political world, right? And these people that are voting in Congress are supposed to technically represent their constituents in their states. What the fuck do they look like voting for taking away people's Social Security or like food stamps and all this shit that people need? That makes no sense. Like, of course they said no. They'll get fucking skinned alive.
Yeah. Well, they'd rather put it in
and
the
not
balance.
That they're doing it for, I'm not saying they're doing it for righteous reasons, but it would be such a bad look. Like PR wise, it wouldn't even make sense.
Yeah. Well, if these guys were weirdos, doing a whole narrative thing collectively, they'd want it to be teetering to where it's like, hey man, they might take it away. What? No, never mind, we saved it. Oh good.
Yeah.
Hey guys, they're gonna take it away again. What? No, we saved it again. Oh Thank God. Like, it keeps you in that area psychologically.
Yeah, like the nuclear threat thing, like what
Yeah.
that Tulsi does. Like the biggest threat is nuclear war. Like, and just it's don't worry, we stopped it. We got the deal, guys. Like, oh, thank God. Like it's just like over and over again.
We might send ground troops to Iran. What? All right, we're not.
No, Trump stopped it. Trump stopped it.
Oh yeah,
Trump
there you go. Whatever makes them feel better to make sure they don't do a fucking thing about
Trump
it.
said no to Marco Rubio.
If you're on food stamps between two different representative elections,
What was that, my child?
you got a bigger problem than you know.
Anyways, let's keep playing. There's like moments you can like sniff it out with Dubster. It's like a bad. You can tell like when a bad movie's playing. You're just like, I can see what you're doing. See exactly what you're doing. At that point, I'm like, I will treat you like Matt Hunter. I'm just gonna be like, excuse me, bye.
If you're on food stamps more than 2 years,
but then there's times where Dubster's like, oh, actually, I have a point to make.
A lot of life figuring out to do.
Right. But right now, I can tell he's in bad movie territory. I think he knows that too.
What's happening?
Okay.
What did he say?
There's times when there's like a bad movie playing. It's like, okay, that's a bad movie. You can tell it's a bad movie. Right? But then there's like moments where it's like, oh, there's actual effort here. Okay. So thus, I kind of treat it as so. And that's not Pavlovian, by the way, Dubster. I'm not trying to like, hey, good behavior. I'll give you all the smiles and thumbs up all you want. Major pause. And when you do bad behavior by bystanders, bad behavior, you know what? Fuck you. Like try to disparage you to not say anything at all. I really do think it's a you thing. I actually believe that, which is kind of crazy.
I'm just saying, if you're on food stamps for
it sounds like you're
years,
trying in a direction.
Next times the budget's voted on to see if you keep your food stamps, and it keeps you on the edge of your seat.
Listen,
you got a big old problem.
It sounds like you're going in a direction, and I'm just here to try to keep you honest about it. But you might fail it based on history. Let's play. Let's keep moving. Here we go.
2017 was the highest spending bill in the history of the country at the time. And he promised that was the last one. He would sign this one, but he would never sign another bill that blew up the budget. And then he's signed like 5 more since then. So
it's
anyway,
not personal,
but regardless of that, I think there's, I think that
trying to save this
restaurant. Let me say it like this, because I endorse the Free State Project. I've always thought it's a great idea. And in fact, if you're a listener of the show, or if you really believe in libertarianism, I think it's a great thing to consider. If you got a family, you got the means, and you can do it, or if you,
I think the Knicks are about to win.
If you're a young single guy and you can do,
my brother's crying, so yeah,
you kind of a built-in community, and I think you guys have made some real tangible wins for liberty.
Yeah,
it's great.
He likes the fucking African.
Wonder, and then honestly, this is a question I don't really know the answer to, but like.
You know what I mean?
How much do you think Ron Paul running for president helped
when
the Free State Project?
African,
like how many people in New Hampshire who are there because were introduced to these ideas or convinced of the ideas by Ron Paul and then found out about the Free State Project? And I'm not saying it's like
he only ever mentioned the other guy.
But my guess would be like that was a substantial help. No?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, and my attitude towards Massey would be, look, if Ron Paul, similar to if Ron Paul was running again, it'd be like, well, like, look, this probably isn't going to work, but I hope that you try your best, and if in a couple of years it didn't work, consider this other solution that might work.
Well,
better.
right. And hopefully there's. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I would even argue just from your perspective for just like caring about the Free State Project, dude. I mean, the thing that Thomas Massey. The thing about it is this, right? It's like you could, when Ron Paul was first running for president, you could have said, yeah, dude, he's talking about all this anti-war stuff. And that's gonna mean that people like me, like a young leftist, yeah, I like him for that, but I'm not going to like him for his economic stuff. But the truth is that I liked him so much for that I went, let me read a couple of these books he's recommending about this economic stuff. Now, again, I'm not saying we're going to get 51% of the population, but you have it set up right now where, look, the entire country, and in small part, the libertarians played a role in this. The entire country recognizes the global war on terrorism as an absolute catastrophe, just a disastrous failure of the 21st century that did so much damage to this country. It was damn near unanimous outside of the Israel lobby that the last thing we want is another war of choice. The young people now hate Donald Trump's guts. Thomas Massie is maybe the most popular political figure amongst young people in the country. And if he runs
on the right, I think that because of, once again, Massie endorsed Trump and all that stuff. Yes, he's going against them, right? But I mean, maybe he's right. Maybe Dave's right. I don't know. I don't know. But it feels like people's mindsets, although they're trying to waltz outside of the political system thing that's there of left and right? Although more and more people are probably like trying to walk outside of that, they still recognize that, or they might say like, "Hey, Massey's on the right and Trump's on the right, and the right's in power, so maybe go the other team." Thus, they become attracted to the other team. So maybe someone over there maybe is more popular or more well known. I don't know. It feels like Hassan Piker, although he's not a politician, is more popular than Thomas Massie across the nation. Seemingly.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
They talk about him all day. They give Fox News gives Hassan Piker more attention than fucking Thomas Massie.
Yeah.
If you really think about it.
Yeah.
They're always playing him.
And I'm talking about like perception and shit.
I mean, I know that they're like shitting on him, but you know what I mean? Like they're still giving him way more airtime than they won't even have Massie on.
Yeah.
So.
And as you inch closer to maybe more of like the general election time period. I know midterms is like a thing too, but like towards like general election time period. Yeah. Sorry, Massie. He's like, I'm sorry, dude. You might get Ron Paul.
He's gonna get the Bernie treatment probably, but he might. Honestly, I think. I think going. If I was gonna get like really conspiratorial, like maybe he is the next plan in terms of like doing the Millet thing in America and just kind of like dropping the hammer.
Oh, potentially
the economic hammer.
I have to leave room for that too, because
that's one of my theories. Yeah, that's.
Well, okay, if I'm getting what you're saying, and it's something I believe in as well, which is the idea of like never getting tricked again. So thus, you have to leave room for the possibility that these guys might be fucking with us, for all we know, right? I know what they sell on the surface for Thomas Massie and whatever ideas, but still, it's like you have to leave room for the possibility, like maybe that's a play itself, right? Maybe his criticisms of this or that could be a play. Has to be considered,
especially considering his funding, right? Because I'm sorry, that has to come into play. Because how is like his biggest funder, like lone funder, individual funder, also Donald Trump's fifth largest funder? That makes no sense. I'm sorry, it's just that's a huge gap, and no one's filling it, and no one wants to address it. It's just kind of like it's just there. Yeah, Politico talked about it. Like, what? No! Like, is this not a big deal to anybody? I guess it's not going to be a big deal until, Whitney Webb writes a fucking whatever. Like, it's not going to be a big fucking deal until somebody that they like or they care about says it on Joe Rogan's show, 10 years later.
Yep.
Yay.
I think I said this kind of logic when I went over that video. Once again, the first one was amazing, and then my power went out. But I did a second one to redo it, right? But the idea that hey man, maybe this guy's supporting Massie. Maybe this guy, once again, for people that in the right now political, at least internet political world, they have a lot of problems with Israel, right? And this guy is heavily involved inside of Israel, and I guess bringing it back domestically as well. But
heavily involved.
Hold on, real quick. What if that guy Jeffrey Yass, or who he works with, or whatever the fuck might be happening, right? What if they view Thomas Massie as a non-threat to that Israel thing, but a very big teammate when it comes to shutting down social programs or things that get in the way of his corporations or his money or some shit like that, to where it's like, hey, listen, we can support Thomas Massey because he's no threat to us on this foreign policy thing, right? He's a lone voice in the wilderness.
Business. Yeah.
But when it comes to shutting down regulation, shutting down whatever the fuck the idea is, right? Oh, he's such an ally. This works out. We'll take that. We'll take that. And one of the things
everything you said is what they already said about what Jeffrey Yass was doing in Israel, was putting together the people who were ideologically orthodox, like Hasidic, like Jews, Orthodox Jews, who were more involved with like the religious and political aspect of it, and kind of merging them with the business class, the libertarian class, the deregulators, to redo the judicial system, the laws, the policies, and the business regulations, all that, to deregulate more in Israel. That's what Jeffrey Oz was doing there. They called him the Sheldon Adelson of Israel.
Well, let me set up the context too of the video I did, where it was attached to Dave Smith, and it was Dave talking about, hey, how is this guy some sort of hyper pro-Israel guy if he's supporting Thomas Massey? Right, that was part of Dave's point, right? Like, how could he be so pro-Israel if he's supporting Thomas Massey, the beacon of stopping Israel stuff? Although, with not much success and not much, whatever. Like, once again, if it's like, hey, I can support Thomas Massey, he's no threat to the Israel thing, so you know what? I'll support him for the sake of the economic stuff. And then he had on top of that with the Summer Lee, her election, right? And supporting the quote unquote moderate Democrat going against her, right? Even though she is, once again, she's done her policy voting, at least, has been more against Israel than for, right? So in that case, why is he supporting if he's all gun ho for Thomas Massey, why would he support the pro-Israel candidate over the less pro-Israel or not pro-Israel candidate in Summer Lee? Like, what was his excuse? What was his reason for that? That's why it's like, if you like play with the logics, it's like, wait a minute, is this like this has nothing to? I mean, his support for Thomas Massey it's not really about Israel in regards to that, because Thomas Massey's not going to do enough or be able to do enough, right? Whether he's trying or not, to do anything about Israel. So, like, thus, I could support him maybe for other reasons, which is that regulatory stuff, the economic stuff, although I hope he doesn't go that hardcore towards, like what these guys are talking, like with like welfare and EBT cards and shit like that. I don't know how far Thomas Massey goes, but what if
he's exactly like them? He's no. I've heard his economic policy. He's a Mises caucus guy. Absolutely. Cut
education
all the
as well.
Departments. Yeah. Department of Education, number one. Because that's Jeffrey Yost. That's his number one goal. That's why it's funny in his concession speech where he was saying that.
Yep.
He brought that up, the Department of Education. And that's Jeffrey Yost's biggest issue in domestically is the schools.
And I won't lie, I didn't hear that till that
really
concession speech. I did not hear that till that concession speech of like,
no, he talks about that stuff all the time.
We're going to get rid of the Department of Education. People are like, yeah, all right. Like, they weren't like, versus like, the whole Israel topic and getting robbed by Trump and his, Miriam Adelson and all that stuff got like, like bigger cheers. But it's almost like, that's almost like the pork, right? The thing that these libertarians complain about a lot, which is like pork in the bills. That, like, hey, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? I can't support this now. He actually like threw some pork in his own concession speech, and a part of like what his doctrine might be. Like, Department of Education, that's nowhere near the sentiment that people are clamoring for, right? Just like with Trump in his first run, where it's like, sure, we want jobs, I guess, but the main point is like, get rid of the fucking creepy crawlies that are occupying our government, right? From the Clintons to whoever the fuck. Get them out of here. That's the thing that people obviously want. Like, like
but it's almost like a tell, right? It's like, oh, you have a boss, don't you? You know what I mean? And again, I could be wrong, of course, but it's just sometimes they just fall into place, like one domino at a time.
And his non-fight for his own election, that looked so much like Bernie. It looked a lot like that, man.
Identical.
But all right. Once again, right now, by the way, Sebs, people right now would be like, yo, shut the fuck up. Massey's the fucking god right now. Just like people back then would say Bernie's the god, right?
Yeah.
And they'll tell us to shut the fuck up until 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now. Then they'll be like, you know what? Maybe Massey screwed us over. Like, dude, like, don't repeat the same things over and over again. They get mad at the people that recognize it. Don't fucking do that. Like, God, like, fuck off, actually. Fuck off. And you're lucky righteous people don't have fucking magic powers. You're fucking lucky. Because otherwise, like, they wouldn't be fucked, like, in a, harm to them sense. But in a sense of, like, oh my God, I have to deal with my own fuck-ups situation.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be fucked in that regard. And it's like, just be happy you're allowed to dance around. Just be happy you're allowed to dance like Dave is fucking dancing. Just be happy about that for now. Like, fuck, dude. It ain't worth it, but, your thing. All right, let's keep playing. Fuck me. There we go.
For president right now, just because of the way things are set up, he's going to have a huge
fucking lagging, but I don't care.
Run. I'm not saying like we don't know what would happen. It will be a big run with bigger than corporate media covering it. You're going to see an army of young people get interested in these ideas again. It's the best recruitment tool for the Free State Project imaginable.
Sure. No, I'm not here to say Massey shouldn't run. I effectively think that Massey running would be beneficial for the reasons that you say. I would hope that
although he might take votes away from
incorporates at least as part of his messaging
JD Vance.
Some of the stuff that he's gotten away from, I think, in the last year or two. Not because I think he doesn't believe it, because look, I think Massey's a very savvy political actor who's playing a game. Who I don't think he wanted to lose his primary, but he was trying to set himself up as someone who could stand up to Donald Trump, who wasn't under Donald Trump's thumb, who had enough of an audience and enough of a following that he was an independent man, and that would have put him in a very powerful position, going into a primary 2 years from now.
Yeah, man,
I think he maybe still can do well in that primary. I think I would say I support him running for much of the reasons that you say. I would hope that he talks more about some of the stuff he's gotten away from, about to the degree to which the regulatory state is inhibiting things, the degree to which we need free markets to bring down prices, that it's social spending. Like this is something that it's like it's something like 80 to 85% of federal government spending is social welfare. And so the wards, again, clearly very bad, and it can be difficult to tabulate all the costs because I think there are costs beyond the exact sticker prices, but it's social welfare. I mean, this alliance between the people receiving social welfare, the politicians who give it to them, and this massive class of either bureaucrats or sort of pseudo government workers because they're in the healthcare industry or all this stuff. I mean, this is what we're up against. I mean, it's in the school districts too. You have these massive, all these bureaucrats, all of these teachers, the unions, they're all whipping their votes. They get more money for themselves.
Have you ever heard that in your life? Wait.
He said they're the rot of this country.
You ever heard that in your life?
The rot. Nope.
I mean, look at this problem. Look at all these fucking teachers out here. Look at all of them. Like, who fucking says shit like that? Don't worry, someone will make an excuse for this guy. Oh no, what he actually meant was this. I'm like, why do you just take it that way? Why do you like write his story for him? Why not ask him?
Dude.
Why not ask him like, hey, what do you mean by that? Why not ask him? Instead, it's like, no, Jeremy means this. You're just a hater. Why not ask him about it? But then again, I think you're used to being abused, and you want others to be abused with you. I'm okay though. I think I'm chilling. I don't want that.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good on S&M.
All these fucking teachers out here. Okay, what?
He calls them the rot of the country. Like, it's like, what? The rot?
It's like teachers, unions. Like, okay, is there a difference between individual teachers and the union itself? Do you have is it systemic gripe? Is it these individuals? Like, which one is, like, make sense of everything, man. And instead of getting mad at me or anyone else here talking, why not go ask him? Mass email him. Hey, man, what do you mean by this statement? Here's me quoting you. What do you exactly mean? And if that's not good enough, ask him again. Like, well, I don't know what that means either as a follow-up, Jeremy. Make it make sense. How come that's such a fucking taboo thing to do with these motherfuckers, bro? How come? Ask them questions and ask them follow-ups to the follow-ups. Why is it such a fucking difficult thing to do? Why is that hater mentality all of a sudden? Fucking ask, you idiots. I'm sorry, but you fucking dumb if you stop there. I took his words for it and I made up my own decision on what he means. It's fucking stupid and you fucking know it. You know it. It's lazy and you fucking know it. Let's apply. By the way, for better or for worse. For positive reason, to make them look positive or to make them look negative. Being that lazy is not it's not gonna fucking work, in my humble opinion. Let's apply. Here we go.
Extracting more money from the pot. This rot that exists in America. This is definitely, at least for me personally, like the more animating issue, and I want to see politicians talking about this and bringing attention to this, because I think if we don't get through this problem, we're not going to sort of strike the root, as it were.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor.
Now he sells you underwear,
which is Sheath Underwear, the underwear of legends. I have been telling you guys about Sheath Underwear for, I think, 4 years now. They've been a long-time loyal sponsor of this show, and the product is amazing.
Did you notice that he sold you BBC, Big Black Coffee, and then he sold you underwear?
Incredible, dual pouch. You feel great. You feel like $1 million when you put a pair on. Genuinely, the only thing in my underwear drawer is Sheath Underwear because they're that good.
He didn't just say BBC. So if you want to get he kept saying Big Black Coffee, BBC. And then he said, yeah, and we've got the creamer. Let's make it explode. I'm like, you're doing that shit on purpose, you fucking dick. You fucking dick.
We got some.
I'm not tripping.
We got some Big Black Coffee.
Coffee, BBC.
Ghost.
He's like, and look, they just got the creamer. Let's make it explode. I'm like, yeah, you're doing that up. You're doing a bit. Okay.
Ghost.
Kind of funny.
Ghost, do not watch Dave Smith. He's doing subliminal messaging. I know you like BBC porno, so like, do not watch Dave Smith.
And then he sells you underwear.
He's like, he's selling you the cover-up evidence. Listen, tuck it in your waistband. No one will know.
What if he's telling us a story through his ads? It's like gonna lead to like maybe he's got it. Maybe he's an artist. Go ahead.
Here's more of him. Here we go.
For 20% off. All right, let's get back into the show.
But
I completely agree with that. Yep. I completely agree with you on that. And I also think there's just such a golden opportunity for, say, a Thomas Massey to talk about this.
Wait, I'm sorry. Just really quick. What did he start with? Patriot bucket? So it's like you fill yourself up first, right? Okay. My bad. I just wanted to get that chronologically. So Patriot bucket, and then you have the coffee, BBC coffee with the cream, make it explode. And then you got the Sheath underwear. Okay, got it. I just want to update everybody on
we have a whole new. Do I say conspiracy theory? I don't know. We have a whole new.
This is a meta analysis.
Edward Bernays style subliminal advertisement of. It's just like. It's like yo, Dave. Where are you guiding people to? Like, where are you going? Where are we following you to? Oh,
interesting.
Hey man.
Okay.
If it happened to you, don't be embarrassed. Just own up to it. Matt Hunter, own up to it. It is what it is. Here we go.
At least they're prepared.
Thing that is in the popular lexicon now.
For the apocalypse.
Such a great explanation for just look at monetary policy and regulatory policy and look how much our own policies make things so much more expensive. So I completely agree. I hope he would talk a lot about that stuff, but I also think he's the only one who maybe even would, and he is good on that stuff, whereas without him that'll just never even become an issue that anyone talks about. It'll kind of be as if it doesn't exist.
He's gone now.
Because so fair enough, then we don't really have that much areas of disagreement, I guess, on that, as if you're also rooting for Massey to run. You did say as one of the topics that you like Israel would be.
He's also saying he's not going to win. and his policies are not exactly what he wants, which is like on paper should be a problem for you, Dave. If anyone said that, right? Based on the way you defend Massey or the way you look for Massey, right? I'm not saying Massey's a bad guy. I don't know. There's questions that need to be answered for me, at least before I'm like, oh my God, Thomas Massey's, he's a fucking man. Before I can say that, I need like some certain questions answered. But for you, you are gun-ho Thomas Massey, right? And you hear this guy's critiques or not, it's not even like critiques. It's almost like, hey guys, let me draw you away from that person. Dave should have like major problems with that. I would think on paper, he should have like major problems. So
Yeah.
What's this argument? What is this interview for again? What's it for?
Because they're they're both part of the Libertarian Party, so they have each other on, and because
this guy's saying get rid of the
he's in court because he's in court with the Libertarian Party right now, so that's what they're going to talk about.
Okay.
It's like the main, yeah. But they wanted to discuss all these other things. They're friends, so that's why they, or I don't know if actually I can't say they're friends, but they, know each other.
All right.
They know each other exists.
I want to say this as like, once again, I am not a guy that digs into racial stuff at all, really, other than like people bring up topics, but I don't think that way personally, but it is hilarious. I'm going to say this anyways. The Jewish race realist talking to the Jewish race realist protector or cleaner upper fixer, whatever the word is.
The graper sweeper. The grape.
I mean, Nick Fuentes be like, this fucking guy stole my fucking narrative. Who the fuck? Fuck you, man. You fucking stole my shine. Fuck you.
And then he's on his show like 2 weeks later. Like they act like none of that happened on his show. Yeah. I don't trust this Dave Smith. I don't trust him. He's a Jew. Like, okay.
No, that's just hilarious to me.
Yep.
Once again, I apologize to all Jewish people for saying that. It's just funny to me. Forgive me.
It's hilarious. The irony is like, and then you have Kauffman talking about how no, he wants people to just blindly follow orders and not use their conscience. It's like,
I'll be real. Like, if someone like, once again, that was a joke. That was a joke. But if someone like takes it seriously and like runs with it, what this guy says in the Israel lane, right? The Israel Palestine lane, they're gonna be freaked out by that and be like, "Oh my, it's a goddamn Zionist! Jesus Christ! Oh fuck! I might pick the fucking gag yet. Yeah, give me the Chase Oliver bribery. Fuck!" Shout to little boy Nick, Sippy Cup Nick Fuentes. But, all right, here we go.
And even the way he says it is like, oh, but I protect their speech. I protect their right to dislike Jews, and I'll protect that right. Although it doesn't really, I'll let it play. It's just the whole thing. It's just what?
It should be bizarre, but I guess it's normal in Dave's
maybe
world,
not.
I guess.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Something to talk about, because again, I don't know exactly where you stand on this, but it does seem like there's a gap between me and you, and I think I've seen like you be kind of critical on what you might describe as libertarians putting too much emphasis on Israel. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably a bit of a centrist maybe on this issue. Like I do see there being disproportionate. Well, this also, the terms get very overloaded. So we have Israel. We have sort of a Zionist, which we might say is a person who supports Israel politically. I feel like Zionist tends to mean supports Israel politically rather than just supports the idea of a Jewish state. I think Zionist is more used modern, and then we have, Jews generally as an ethnic class, which in America mostly means Ashkenazi Jews, but could mean other types of Jews.
Less reforms.
I think this isn't, I wish the whole thing would go away. Like, to me, this is an area where like people kind of get brainworms on both sides. And so there's this class of people who have become very more than anti-Israel. I think being against Israel, if you're just cleanly against Israel, that's an understandable position. I think some people extend it beyond that.
What it is.
Anti-Jewish, generally, which here I think I actually would both defend and disagree with. There's a sense in which
call it what you're saying, anti-Semites. That's the word
that's the
word that people use for that, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to use that word.
God.
It's tarnished. It's done. Yeah, it's like saying racist.
Yeah.
It's done. Yeah. R.I.P.
Sorry, it's badly lagging. Let me reset real fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can't use their terms, right? Because it's like he can't operate off of their paradigm.
I mean, like, yeah.
Fine. I mean, whatever. Do your thing. Like, it's just interesting. Because it's blatantly like, like classical, like some of the like bot kind of behavior. Because I see some of the stuff they write to, some of these people who might not be as against Israel as they want them to be or whatever from the quote unquote right wing. And it's like trash. It's like just elders of Zion and like, oh, Europa, the last battle. It's like Hitler. That's the greatest story never told. Like it's
There's that's
Candace stole that from him, by the way. Candace stole that from 2 Hitler documentaries for her Black Lives Matter documentary name. She merged 2 Hitler documentaries on BitChute for that title. I just want to put that out there.
How much of the greatest story ever told have you seen? How much?
I have not. Maybe like an hour. It's like a long thing, right?
It's the funniest thing I think I've ever seen in my life. It is hilarious.
I couldn't watch. Is it the 5-hour one?
Yes. Oh my god, is it fucking hilarious?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Hilarious.
I'm good, bro.
He shows up as soon as I say that. It's crazy. That thing is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. From the music to the style of the documentary, and like, I swear to God, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. That was
from like 2012, 2009.
It's old, yeah. It's some internet shit. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And they're like borrowing clips from from like movies and music from movies, and they're playing like romantic music.
Just it together.
And that's when Adolf met what's the girl's name? Fuck, what's her name?
Braun. Eva Braun.
Eva Braun. Yeah, Eva Braun or whatever the fuck her name is. And that's when Adolf met Eva. Like, they play like romantic music. I'm like, yeah, what the fuck? Who made this? And who's falling for this? Like, fuck my life. But also I'll say this to Jeremy's point, in words at least, where like the whole like anti-Israel thing like spills out into something else. Yes, I see that. I 100% see that.
Obvious.
And when it comes to a dingbat population of internet motherfuckers like this, yes, it actually is quite dangerous in my opinion. I think
it's an actual problem.
Yeah,
like I agree.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, I'm vigilant about it now because it's like, hold on, like, what are we talking about the same thing? Because I'm not like with that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I don't think that way. Yeah. Not one of you. I'm sorry. I'm just not. And I told you about conversations I've had with my sister about just like even being out and kind of some of these like protests. Not protesters, but like just people in general, like just out and about, and kind of she had that Israeli friend and the questions that he was being asked, like, oh, so what do you think about Netanyahu? Like, were you in the IDF? Just like, dude, chill. Like he's, it's just
kind of
rabid.
Tokenizing people, rabid. And then tokenizing goes to somewhere. It can go to another area. It really can.
Yeah, like I'm good on it. Yeah, where it's like, oh, well, if you're Jewish, you should be speaking up. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Ew.
No,
let's not do that.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's fucking gross. And there's more and more comfort going that direction. But like then again, if I say that right now, 2026, right, to the internet, if I say that right now, to be like, oh my God, you're such a protector. You're I might be called a Zionist actually for saying such things.
Yes.
And it's like, you guys got things so ass backwards, you fucking idiots. And I personally, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm like, it's gloves off season.
And meanwhile, these are like young people who like just discovered this topic.
No, they know
like,
fucking
literally just got their
nothing either.
fucking
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, who?
They know fucking nothing.
Who the fuck are you? Where did you get here? When did you get here?
Exactly. Like, I'm not trying to like brag on my past experience, but like, I've heard of AIPAC. I've heard of Israeli crimes against Palestinians. Like, these things are known.
Lebanese people. Yeah, like these are things that like we wrote about in like, I don't know, like years and years and years ago, like actually over a decade.
The relationship between
decades ago,
Israeli government and U.S. government. We've seen all that. For me personally, I've seen all that shit, bro. Like as far as like news stories, that's already seen. But now these guys are like, they're doing the conflation that once again Netanyahu fucking does when it comes to Israeli or Israeli or Zionist or Jewish. Like all the conflation that happens in between all those things. They're abusing it actually, and motherfuckers are hook, line, and sinker falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker. And it's like, yo, guy, like, yo. If you tell them about it, they'll say, like, yeah, you must be a Zionist, or you must favor Israel, or some shit like that. It's like, yo, you fucking idiots. You fucking dingbats. You fucking dummies.
And that's where, what's his name? The fucking, he was working under Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent. Like, all that shit. Yeah. Like, all that stuff comes in. Like, it's all, like, kind of, it's turning into this, I don't even know, like, this weird black hole of like disinformation, misleading, like deceptive.
Finds a way to provide no fucking nuance to his statements. Finds a way to not do that. And it's just like, wait a minute, guys. You're not considering that could be a fucking play, guys, at all? Nothing? If you think your government would work along with another government to do, the dancing Israelis on 9/11 and like the government, like, they allowed it to happen. Like all these like conspiracy events, somehow they can't consider that they're getting played by someone like saying like, hey man, it's them over there. They're the problem.
Yeah.
Somehow they can't contemplate that could be like, it breaks your brain.
It does.
And you sit there and argue with them as they're wrong on event after event after, they're just wrong over and over and over again. Wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong, but they're telling you they're right now. Hey, this time I'm right. It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Who's falling for this? But then again, people are fucking falling for this. Newcomers and even the old heads that want to feel like they were right the whole time. They're all falling for this stupid shit. Or even the content creators trying to like sell you something, right? Hey, hey man, it's Israel,
I'll give Robbie and Abby a little bit of credit for them pinpointing that specific thing for the last like couple of years now, and just like being like, what is this? Like what's happening here? And just kind of mostly Robbie. I still disagree with Robbie Martin's like just tactics. I like Abby for the most part, although there's things I disagree with her a lot about as well, but she strikes me as somebody who means well.
I'd let her spank me.
Anyway,
I agree. I'd let her spank me.
Oh, I mean, she's gorgeous as well. I mean, that's obvious. I mean, she's fucking, she's a stunner.
She has resting bitch face, and I'm in love.
She does. She does.
I'm in love with that.
She does, and she doesn't give a fuck. So, but yeah, unapologetic resting bitch face. But she's also wrong on a lot of things as well. And
I think so.
But yeah,
my only problem with Robbie
but regardless,
no, go ahead.
Oh no, what I was gonna say was they've been kind of talking about this very thing, whether it's talking about Candace, what Tucker's been doing, Joe Kent, just completely obliterating. Like, who the fuck are these people, and why are they like just putting it all on like Israel? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, this is a fucking play. This is stupid. So I'm glad that but they don't have nearly the audience that like these other people have, which is why especially Robbie, because he's very much like in the fringes of like he's like
more underground.
Abby's brother, but he's not. Yeah. Like they don't want him on their shows. I think
even Norm Norm is. I think he sees something that's going on here too, where it's like
he does.
It's taken away from that. I can less so speak for Robbie, although I've seen his decent amount of his work, but more so Abby when it comes to the topic of Israel. It's as a nation state and their behaviors, right? As a nation state. Not. I mean, citizens are part of it too. Like her documentary definitely pointing out what some of the citizens on the street are saying as well.
Yeah.
But mainly like the government apparatus there. And she's been pointing that out for a while, just like Norm has. Norm's been pointing that out for like forever for my whole political lifespan of looking at politics and shit like that. So
she wrote a whole fucking dissertation about it.
And it's like, imagine that.
That's like, it's like,
Imagine that feeling like it got subverted by this new phenomenon and the way that people are going about it now. It feels like it's probably subverted for them. And I'd be like, yo, I agree. It is being subverted. Like the actual ideas these guys were saying years ago, before these fucking other people showed up out of nowhere. Years ago, these guys were saying this stuff, and it feels like it's probably being subverted.
Yeah.
Now, side note. The only thing I have a problem with Robbie Martin, and he never responded to me on Twitter.
Oh my God, The Dark Knight. I know it's funny that The Dark Knight. I fucking know. I already know what your problem is with. Sorry, go ahead. You're telling the audience. My bad. Yes, I do know what your problem is.
I'm not going to say Sebs is correct, but also Sebs is correct. It was The Dark Knight. It was years ago. Like, respond to me. Yo, what's up? Let's talk. Let's have a video, bro. Let's do a video. Let's debate this.
He responds to Griff Slayer. Maybe I can ask Griff Slayer to ask him.
He'll get ran out. Like, you don't want to. Like, listen, he's in the political world. He got the political brain rot. He does not want to talk about moral philosophy.
He definitely has a political brain rot.
He does not want to do philosophical morality. He does not want to do that with me. I'll run him the fuck over. It is what it is. And he knows. I bet he remembers, man. He remembers my name. I bet he does. Because I was so, descriptive and on point. And he let's go back to the video. All right. Here we go.
Who have become very more than anti-Israel. I think being against Israel,
more than
cleanly against Israel, that's an understandable position. I think some people extend it beyond that, to being
what?
anti-Jewish, generally.
Oh, okay.
Which here, I think, I actually would both defend and disagree with. There's a sense in which, like, I think anyone who's against all Jews, I think is kind of crazy. Jews have contributed tremendous amounts to economy, to innovation. Like,
it's not on a human level. It's
nope.
Well, they contribute, economically, and like that's not what the sentiment means for regular people. I don't think, where it's like about their social contributions. I thought it was more about like, well, they're other human beings, and that's why you don't want to just blanket like say you're a bad guy or even a good guy, but in this context, you can't just say you're a bad guy because of your bloodline, your ethnicity. That sounds stupid in my opinion, the regular person's ears in 2026. It sounds stupid. So it can't be that.
Even saying it tastes sour in your mouth. It's like, what am I saying? Like, what? What is coming out of my mouth? Just tastes sour.
Yeah, considering the other things you said before, right? Considering the other things you said about like genealogical fairness. Yeah, genealogical fairness and a moral compass that I guess is embedded in your DNA somewhere.
It's hereditary.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Values being hereditary, like cultural values, and how that's hereditary because it's like coded into your genetics, I guess.
Everything he said beforehand justifies what people do now when it comes to Jewish people. Look what they do. They run this, they run that. This is the way they behave. This is like, it's the same thing, just different bias, probably, right? The Goyim bias, if you will, right? It's like this is where people's minds are at, and this guy's like so blank-minded towards that, or maybe even a provocateur in regards to that potentially.
Or maybe like this is the narrative that he does go by, where it's like, oh no, why would you hate Jews? Because look at how much they've contributed to society with banking, lawyers, art, whatever else, he might even say the slave ships, whatever, who knows? Who owned the ships, Dave? Anyway, the point is, he's like, oh, look how they're productive members of society. Like, we should be looking at how productive groups are, and then having like a hierarchy like that, and then and that's why he gets along with Jared Taylor and their friends.
Yeah, and then you're gonna see, Just like the idea if someone like took that seriously, right? You'll see someone like looking at that and be like, well, what about these wars though? Look, it's a fucking Jewish war here. Iraq war, Jewish war, Afghanistan, for greater Israel, right? They'll say like they'll do that, dude. They are doing that.
Yeah, they will.
People are doing that right
Syria.
now. So thus, it's viewed as a, essentially a negative for society, not a positive. So it's like what?
Yep.
And that might be, I hope not, but could be the greatest gripe of Dave's audience not liking this guy. It could be in that realm. It could be in that realm, and that's a scary
because
idea.
he does say it's closer to Western civilization than the barbaric, like Palestinian Arab people who are like not as civilized, right? Like because he said, if I have to pick between barbarism and it's a Western civilization, I'll pick Israel. So
I don't want some scenario where this guy gets knocked on his ass because someone's like swung a baseball bat at him. I push the baseball bat guy over and lend my hand out like, hey man, you okay? And he views me as the enemy. That's scary. That's a scary thing to me. Psychologically, a scary idea of things. Where it's like, yo, now you're being persecuted for, I mean, he's a cunt, but still, like, I mean, like, with people that without even knowing, not even knowing about you, just like viewing you off your ethnicity. Like, I don't want to be the guy like put my hand out, like, hey man, come on, let me help you up. And you're still scared of the person that's putting their hand out to help you because of your own preconceived notions. Meanwhile, you're looking at the shit that's going on around you, right? And it's like, yo, bro, you're getting the treatment that you want to treat others as. I hope it's not that. It's looking that way. Honestly, it's fucking looking that way.
Yeah, but they have to act cool with it because it's like sad almost. Like I don't know. There's this. It's weird. It's like you have to act like you're cool with it to a certain degree because like you can't alienate those people, right? Because it's still like they're still kind of with you. Because Nick Fuentes is still cool with Jared Taylor, right? Anyway, it's just it's just like a weird balance. It's a thing that Joe Kent had to do when he has to like disavow Trump and while still saying that he's the greatest president while he's quitting. But anyway, it's just interesting. A lot of contradictions, but
this is where, for me, at least my interpretation of what Ed means by things, where I'm like, this is where Ed gets credit, where it's like, there's no actual skin in the game type of mentality from these motherfuckers. It really is an exercise of intellectuality instead of actually like, yo, your actual real life, your external real life, quote unquote, right? Although your intellectual, your intellect, your mind is very much a part of that, but you know what I mean? Like the actual like
it's one faculty, like
but your social experience, your external life experience, where it's like almost like it's not even a part of when these guys talk out loud. It's almost like it's not even a part of it. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing? We're playing fucking footsies?
Okay, let's take it to cooking. Remember we were watching the cooking show, The Chopped, and you were like, well, I don't know what these flavor tastes like, so it's like kind of just they're gonna tell you what it tastes like, but you're not tasting it. So it's almost like cooking without tasting the food.
Yes.
Like you're like,
Yep.
I don't know. That I feel like that works because I feel like that's what they're doing in terms of like not having any skin in the game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like you're not there. Like you don't know what you don't care about it. You actually want to insulate yourself from it because that's why you have to make more money.
And in this route, they can make it skin in the game, like just by living it, like being that thing 24/7.
But they're not that thing though.
Exactly.
That's why it's like
that's why it's extremely just almost purely hypothetical.
Phony baloney.
Yeah. It is what it is, man. It's like, and that's a scary thought from motherfuckers that people are following. I mean, like actually listening to for like life advice. It's like, guys, you're getting fucking played, guys. As much as you may believe that these guys are getting played, like the followers of these guys might be getting played themselves, unfortunately. But all right, let's apply. Here we go.
Yeah.
Generally, which here I think I actually would both defend and disagree with. There's a sense in which, like, I think anyone who's against all Jews, I think is kind of crazy. Jews have contributed tremendous amounts to economy, to innovation. Like the amounts of
human beings.
Jews are just
about individuals.
Jews seem to be remarkably able people in terms of contributions to sciences and various areas. They also are disproportionately progressive. They're disproportionately socially progressive.
And so if you're
a social conservative, I think it's fine to say, I wouldn't want to live in an area that's too Jewish. This is something people should be allowed to say. I think Jews seem to have a disproportionate influence on politics. We could debate those reasons why, but they seem to bat above their population level. Almost the opposite of Asians, who seem to bat below
he talks to Jared.
Their population level. And so
like
whether this is because of
the information,
cultural reasons, ethnic reasons, it's unclear. And I wish we could just talk about this stuff, more frankly. I think the people who kind of see Israel or Jews around every corner, I think these people are kind of crazy. I think they tend to be a little bit schizo, and they're very angry and disagreeable people. And I also think this is a coalition that it's tough to get anything done with. Angry, disagreeable, schizophrenic people, just like you, they'll end up being that way towards you in the future. You can't just build
modern.
I've been called every single one of those.
I completely agree with that.
Angry, disagreeable, schizo.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Usually from younger people, honestly.
Yeah. Definitely disagreeable. Angry for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I would probably say that.
Okay. It's but what's right? Fuck off.
Schizo though? I don't know about that.
Up. Yeah, schizo is a bit much. That's been a few times, but that's usually super hyperbolic. But regardless, though, what's wrong with being disagreeable? Aren't you being disagreeable right now? You're disagreeing with each other. Maybe he just means contrarians for no reason, but I don't even think he cares about what he means. So I don't know why I'm.
Yeah. I'd probably go there. I don't think he actually cares.
Yeah.
About,
exactly bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Whatever. It's just a podcast, just an interview, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Move on. I'm gonna go get some bagel and lox.
Oh my god.
So I'll be.
No, I hit my fucking.
Oh my god! Actually, the other day I did the most. I did feel like a Jewish person the other day, and I said this, and it was funny because my mom got some bagels, and I don't know what happened. They were undercooked or whatever, so I had to go and return the bagel.
Oh, fresh house-made bagels. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was doughy or something. Okay.
It was undercooked. It was super doughy inside, and I just So I had to go back to return bagels. I'm like, damn. This is some tribe behavior. Just kidding. Good. I assured them I wasn't a Karen when I went back to exchange the bagels. They were really sweet. They made me. They were like, "We're gonna get fresh ones tomorrow morning. Just come pick it up." And I did. So shout out. But
let me ask.
I returned bagels.
I have to ask. Favorite bagel flavor? What do you got?
Sesame seed and poppy.
Bot.
Yep.
Pepper, onion. For me. Pepper, onion.
Onion's too strong for bagel.
Onion with the cream cheese. The cream cheese balances it balances it. Okay, it works perfectly fine.
I usually like the honey walnut cream cheese with the
honey walnut
sesame seed.
I don't want too much sweet. My onions are my.
It's
sweet.
It's not that sweet.
Oh, whatever.
Okay, well, whatever.
You're a bot with your fucking warm potato salad. Anyways, let's apply.
Whatever.
Here we go.
I think even Nick
room temperature. Also my mom. I did ask my mom about her preference in potato salad, and she said she likes it cold. And I was like, "Have you ever put it in the microwave?" She goes, "Ew, no." I'm like, "Get out of here."
And that's why we know respect your elders.
I was gonna lie.
We know better.
I was gonna lie to you. I was gonna lie to you about it, but I know that James is gonna go back behind my back and ask her and expose me. So I'm there's no point in me trying to lie. So I'm just gonna tell you the truth. Yeah.
Respect your elders. We know better.
She literally was like, "Why would you put that in the microwave?" I'm like, she's like, she's like, "I've never done that." I'm like, "Okay, well, I do." She's like, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, I don't do that." I'm like, "Okay, cool." I moved on.
Yeah, say the whole thing. She's like, "You know what? You're kind of trash, actually." Did I raise you? I thought I.
Well, she had that look. She did the thing with her nose, in the microwave. I'm like, don't. Why are you looking at me like that?
Look down upon her. Thank you for that. Thank you. We have teammates. Okay, we got. Listen, fellow.
I was gonna lie
fellow
about it,
Jordan
but there's no
likes.
point.
Listen,
'Cause
we
they'll
got
be
teammates out
exposed,
here. We
so.
got teammates out here. We're winning. Anyways, here we go.
You can't.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. You know,
No, I completely agree with that. Yeah.
I think even Nick Fuentes has seen this a little
Oh
bit.
yeah. Well, it was one of the real interesting dynamics of my last conversation with him, is seeing that. No, listen, I mean, the people who, again, as I've said it before, you know, I think we saw this with wokeism, and kind of the anti-white racialism that was very popular there. And I would argue that you see this with kind of like neoconservatism, or like old, like Frank Gaffney kind of like right-wing radio, you know, when they'd be talking about like they're going to build a mosque where 9/11 was, when actually when you look into it, it was like 3 blocks from 9/11. It was this tiny, you know, like there's something about racialism that becomes like low IQ catnip. And like people just really get into it. It hits something in our tribe.
Dave,
and again, that's
so
not to your
smart,
point. That doesn't mean like you couldn't have
Don't worry, he'll save it.
honest high IQ conversations about like, the differences between different racial groups, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's the, but there is something where it just becomes like in the hands of the wrong people, it does become that. So I completely agree.
I mean, it's like
I do think though
like Trump
that,
says that shit,
there's a kind of separate world that I think is more representative.
He overuses it now.
I think people who listen to this show,
calling everybody low IQ,
likely, who do kind of recognize that, like, no, like it is absolutely the case that this one foreign lobby has a nearly ironclad grip on American foreign policy, to the point that we are involved in conflicts that we like need not be involved in at all.
What's this thing?
Like it, like conflicts like with Iran, where there was a completely reasonable deal that was on the table, and it is this lobby and this foreign government who worked so hard to break it up and draw us into this war. And this is such a big deal, not just because war is like
listening to
one
what
of,
he's
if not
saying?
the worst things that governments do, and that people are dying, but also it's enormously expensive, and also the entire young generation is against.
Dave has the most feminine voice I've ever
obviously
heard. And shoulders.
Should be leading the charge and opposing this stuff
wokeism
too, it's everything we're
low IQ,
anti-woke racism. I get your point. I disagree with anything you said there, but I still feel that like being against this makes
anti-woke.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to be against
They're
it.
anti-woke.
I think, as you basically said, like the people who are always looking for like a scapegoat, or this attitude that things are being done to them. You know, I think that's the area where I would tend to disagree.
Like James Shaw,
because
which is
like
my favorite band's guitarist,
and this isn't an endorsement of it. I want to be clear. This is not an endorsement of it. But if we are looking at like,
another Canadian,
well, where the, you know, where's the blame
they're
actually?
New Yorkian.
You know,
lie. Whatever.
Like, look, they're
New Yorkers.
I consider the band Canadian.
Evangelical.
No, they're New Yorkers. They formed in New York.
Very sympathetic to the cause.
You're talking over Jeremy, please.
You know, to the cause.
His genius is being.
There are a number. There's even. This is basically increasingly a right-left issue, where it's basically the left tends to be
Canadian
more sympathetic
band.
to
Metric is a Canadian
the Palestinians, versus the Jews. The right tends to be more sympathetic to or I guess I should say the Israelis. The right tends to be more sympathetic to the Israelis than to the Palestinians. It used to
Shout
be
out to Ram
both sides
Ranch.
were sympathetic to the Israelis versus the Palestinians, and now on the left, this issue has kind of flipped.
But generally, you got to throw in the generational caveat there, because honestly, the young people on the right are totally against Israel too. I mean, it really is the boomer cons versus everyone else at this point.
Now, Dave, you have a point. In the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years, there's a point there. But before that, I think it was like overwhelmingly the quote unquote the left, quote unquote, right, where these guys complain about what was happening to Palestinians for decades now. David, right? This whole Israel thing for the quote unquote right on a mass scale of the younger generation is a new phenomenon, and in fact, what I'm hearing in narrative takes, they're fucking it up. I mean, I think the left is fucking up too for younger people as well, but these guys got it even more fucked up because they are doing this Netanyahu conflations of Israeli and Jewish and yada yada yada. I think. Meanwhile, the quote unquote left, the stereotypical left of younger generations, includes plenty of Jewish people of saying, yo, fuck Netanyahu, fuck this Israel country shit, fuck them. A lot of these kids are saying that at this point in time.
Oh yeah.
So there's a, in my opinion, on the surface, a difference happening, and people like Dave Smith, actually, there's probably obviously like more extreme versions of Dave Smith of like that narrative about Israel and all that stuff, that are taking the genuine anger of young people about like what's happening over there, and turning it into something else, whether it's about money, right? Oh my God, they're taking our money. That's the main problem here. The main problem is they're taking our money, right? Or to do like socialism and have like, gay marriage or whatever the fuck they might turn it into, right? At some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's like a stark difference, I think, in the perceptions of
I think so too.
what's happening.
And it's almost like it's all merging, right? Because that's what I'm saying as well. Where like you see the Candace Owens and the like kind of that wing of the whole thing with like the interview with Mehdi Hassan and the comedian from Egypt, Bassem Youssef, where he's like, oh no, we can use their platform to like do this, that, and the other. We don't need to talk about the things we disagree about. And these are conversations that are being had even like in my regular, like just day to day, like, just with people around where like I've had these conversations with people where it's like gotten kind of contentious where they're like, well, I mean, I kind of see what Bassem's saying. And I'm like, okay, cool. So like, are you going to go on David Duke's show and not bring up anything but like whatever, like, and it's not about David Duke, but just like, are you going to do for like another cause, like leave something else aside? You know what I'm saying? It's just, are you going to overlook something in order to like get this quote unquote, like this agenda done because you guys happen to agree on this one thing or whatever? And yeah, they got a call. I got accused of saying that they were racist. And I was like, I didn't even say that. I was just bringing up a name, a controversial name to like compare it to. But anyway, but yeah, it's just, so these are conversations that are like, I'm seeing everywhere. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all from the quote unquote left. I think they're being led astray as well. And the quote unquote right, whatever, all good, well-meaning people who think that they're trying to do the right thing.
Yeah. So. A lot of opportunism might be the word, maybe.
Yeah.
Where it's, hey, we can get something done by maybe harping in this direction on whatever topic it is, and thus you end up maybe plot lost potentially, especially if your problem is, in words on a moral level, but not using that same moral caliber in regards to other people or things or events. Instead, it really is maybe like extra focused in a certain direction, and that's just going to lead to hypocrisies and inconsistencies. But yeah, go ahead.
And the two people who were making this argument were from the Middle East. Okay, so that's why it was really interesting to me, because I was just like, so for this one thing, you would be willing to like not ask Candace all these other things, or like at least bring it up. Like, this isn't the only issue. There's like it's not even the core problem. Like, they just couldn't see what I was saying. They're like, no, it's good that he's trying to use his platform to like, why would he want to start an argument with her if they're trying to talk about something that's like more important? And I'm like, and then I was trying to make that David Duke comparison. She's like, I'm not like, are you like saying I'm like racist? And I'm like, I didn't forgot that he was in the KKK. I was just trying to think of like the opposite, Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just, whatever. It didn't go well.
Well, it's like if you ignore potentially or possibly the things that already like exist, right? Like right in front of your face, and you ignore them, how do you know those aren't playing a role in regards to the problem itself that you're complaining about to me, to my face right now? How do you know like the things that you're saying like, well, we need to ignore this for the sake of having another teammate on our side to get a certain objective done, how do you know
Yeah.
those things you're ignoring aren't leading to the thing that you're mad about in the first place, or upset about in the first place, or the thing you're fighting for in the first place? And for some reason,
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know what word I use here, for lack of a better word, like the social mentality of it is actually like kind of on a material level of material results of getting, hey, we got a treaty done, or we got this done. Meanwhile, the underlying problems are, you see, you told me to ignore them for the sake of getting this one event done, this one material result done. Meanwhile, it's like, what if those other things over here like led to this in the first place? Like, guys, like, what are we doing? And uh and it's not even to like assert that, it's more so like to pose the question. And if you pose the question, from at least my experience, it's like, yeah, well, shut the fuck up. Shut up. We're getting this done right now. We're getting this done. So shut up.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude,
Just basically what it felt like, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was really annoying because it was for one of my classes, and I had written about the Joe Kent thing from a theoretical perspective in terms of like political culture or whatever. And kind of what he was pushing in those different shows, and like and I had mentioned the Bassem Youssef, like I brought like everything, and we peer review each other's work, right? So my reviewer happened to be one of those people, and so we got into an argument in class. Yeah.
Well, it's like dealing with the
just,
not saying, let's say, I'm not saying David Duke is this, or anyone else is this, or Candace Owens, but just roll with me on a thought experiment here of dealing with, like, well, this guy's a rapist that I'm dealing with, but he's against under 18 rapists, as in if you rape someone under 18, now it's like worse. So thus, I will work with this one rapist to deal with the underage rapists, but meanwhile, the rapist in the first place could have done things in his own in his or her own life to lead to the thing that's he's trying to fight in the first place. Like, it actually, like, that's it sounds kind of like a sloppy way of describing that, but like, I don't know. It's like I view it that way, as in like any corruption anywhere, not based on based on anyone's standards, based on your standards, Bob or Johnny or Janie or Sally, whatever, right? Based on your guys' own standards. Like, if it's a corruption in your world, it must be stopped up front immediately wherever you see it, right? Because for all you know, because your synopsis, maybe not synopsis, but your thesis of like what the world morally should be like, that's in the way. There's no degrees of better and worse. It's more so like, well, that's bad. That thing right there, based on my imagination of the scenario, that's bad. So you know what? I'll stand against it. And if we let those things go for the sake of like, well, hey, listen, man, this might actually be like, this is worse because not from your own deep thinking, but more so from the world said this is worse. So thus you lead that direction, and thus you miss out on the thing that you naturally felt as bad in the first place. And it's a repeated cycle. It feels like that's repeated over and over and over again. And I want to call it hypocritical, but I also consider that being maybe a harsh term, considering they may not know what they're doing.
I think it's emotional as well for some, because the main argument I kept getting back was like, that I did not mention the significance of these types of topics being talked about in media in such a way. And I was like, I did mention it. I just had a different fucking analysis than you did, because you know what I'm saying? I did mention it, actually. Like, that's the whole thing. That's the entire thing. So it's like, you just don't like my framing. You disagree with it, but you're still not really making any arguments against it. It's more just like, this has never happened before. Like, this is the first, like, this is the first time. It's like, oh, I get it, but like, why do you think that is? Like, aren't we supposed to be here to question that?
Yeah. Well, that's adding extra context where it's like, hey, haven't you been like played before ever, or you ever like consider something outside of like what's on the surface, right? Like, that should be heavily considered at this point. I mean, if you just simply just had been like had an internet life in any form or fashion, and
Yeah.
just like talk to anyone on the internet, where it's like,
Yeah.
hey, it may not be like what's in text or what's in like on the surface form. It maybe there's something else to it that should be, I mean, obviously be able to question.
That's the most obvious question to me, because it's like, what? Like, this is great. Like, are we not going to look at narrative framing? Like,
Yep.
It's just, oh, this is monumental. Are you fucking kidding me? That's sloppy work. Anyway, my advisor agreed with me, so that's all. Because it was. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. I understand there's like emotions wrapped up in it, all that stuff, but I get the emotional, and because I'm a very emotional person too, and very like, I rely a lot more than I maybe should on my instincts, I've been told. So I operate from that kind of like emotional kind of just like, I don't know, instinctual space as well. But I do try to like bring in that like analytical kind of logic, like, okay, wait, but does this actually make sense? I do that as well, or I try to. So, and I brought that up to the person, and the main thing I kept getting back was just that like that would ruin the message. Like, the message is more important than dealing with like political differences with this person in the moment. I'm like, it's not political differences. Stop saying that. Stop saying that, please.
Right.
Yeah. That's the whole thing.
That's a big thing in in the political sphere of things, where it's like, hey, man, be quiet about that because this will get in the way of the bigger thing, right?
The impact, effect. I hate those words.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just annoying. It's like, that's why I'm saying it's like, these conversations, like, it is happening everywhere, and I'm not saying like, oh, the right wing is right about the leftists on campuses. It's not that. It's just more of like, there is kind of this consensus, right, on what the narrative should be, how it should be presented, who people are talking to, and then maybe like, oh, maybe we just won't say anything about that. Like, fuck no. Now I'm gonna say something.
Like, the punk rockers out there.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Let's
go ahead. My bad.
This is probably like wrapping up soon, honestly.
Yeah.
I said, hey, YouTube. I said marathon. We're over the 4-hour mark.
Sorry, I know you and Teddy like to end your nights with Game of Thrones.
I might play like 1 or 2 Apex games first, but whatever. Shut up. All right.
Whatever.
Here we go.
Which is why you see the overall approval is like so bad for Israel now.
I didn't say meat videos.
This is
because Anthony's not here.
I'm never again, similar to the Trump kind of thing. I'm not gonna. I bet in fact, I know that Israel does a number of things that I would disagree with. Would not like my money to be going to. Israel's also
he's online.
Nation, like, my view. I'm like an anarcho-capitalist at heart. Like, look, let Israel buy these weapons on the free market. Like, let's stop putting our tax money to it. Let's stop supporting it. Let's stop endorsing it.
Rahm Emanuel said,
let Israel take care of let Israel take care of itself. Israel can buy weapons from American weapons manufacturers and help boost our economy and help get
they're already doing
jobs,
that.
But we're not going to pay for it. We're not going to subsidize it. That would certainly be my preferred answer to this kind of thing. Not an endorsement of what Israel does, nor is Israel. I would much rather live in America.
You're probably watching the Knicks game.
Israel. I'd rather live in America than
Spurs. Sorry, the Spurs.
I also wouldn't have a problem saying that Germany or Israel are both nations I would prefer to live in. Compared to.
Let me tell him sorry for your loss.
Or compared to much of the. Then
I forgot this.
Not an endorsement of what Israel does, nor is Israel. I would much rather live in America than Israel. I'd rather live in America than Germany. I also wouldn't have a problem saying that Germany or Israel are both nations I would prefer to live in, compared to Palestine or compared to much of the Middle East.
That's like, well, how do you make that? Why something like Palestine? Why is it like that over there? Right? And if you're saying like, hey man, hey guys, free market, just buy weaponry the way you want to, you can afford it. Well, how did Israel get there in the first place when it comes to their allies and the economics of their dealings with allies and all that stuff, right? Were they subjugated the way Palestine is subjugated? Let's just say like Gaza. Let's say Gaza, right? Is it the same thing? You'd much rather live in Israel than Palestine. Like, what's happening over there, though? And it's almost like a ignoring it type of. It's almost like a Sam Harris ideology of like, well, these guys are just savages. That's why they're living the way they live. Meanwhile, it's like there's a concerted effort to subjugate these people. Like I think from mainstream to conspiracy world, underground conspiracy, it's kind of unanimous. Like, yeah, these guys are getting fucked over. They're getting fucked with.
Like, I mean, it's been documented for decades and decades by many
from
people
and of Israel.
Yeah, like, yeah. So it's like I don't know. It's and they're also in their own population as well. So it's not even just the Palestinians. Like it's such a and it's not, and again, it's not just Israel, right? Like there's all sorts of fucked up things happening literally everywhere. But like, let's fucking acknowledge that, like, yeah, this is a fucked up situation, and it is the way that it is because of, you know, a lot of really kind of authoritarian fascist people who think that it's okay to treat people like trash. Like just kind of like to dehumanize people. Like just and that's the from the government of Israel, right?
Yeah.
Like that are vocally saying this, people in high places in their government and in ours here as well. So yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. It's not. Is that deniable at this point? Like, is that even?
Well, like let's say in general, like based on like world powers, as far as we understand, right? Based on like the world powers that exist and like who gets favoritism versus others, there's such a boosting up in such a direction to where saying hey, I'd rather live here than there is a non-statement when you're talking about because the context is about, I would think, when it comes to like political talk, the context is like right and wrong, I would think, of lawfare, of logistics, of efficiency, right? The idea is like, hey, it's fair in the world of efficiency. It's common sense when it comes to logistics. It's morally righteous versus doing the wrong thing on purpose type of shit, right? I would think it's like in that context. So when you say I'd rather live here than there is a non-fucking statement. Honestly, it really is. If you're not going to add the context of like, well, if you said like, hey, if everything was fair, if everything was like squared up, fair, legit, I would definitely take these guys over these guys. Then like say it. But you know,
I mean, it's kind of like saying, well, I'd rather live in my friend's house on Beverly Hills than live in your trailer park. What the fuck? Fuck you. It's like
it's almost like
cruel,
saying,
dude.
well, it's almost like
cruel. I don't know.
Well, it's almost like saying because you're in a trailer park and they're in Beverly Hills, that means like, oh, they did something right in life. You did something wrong in life.
Yeah.
That's why you're there and why you're there.
Yeah.
That's the way like said it almost. And of course, nothing from Slender Shoulders Dave. Nothing from M. It's weak fucking man. I fucking love that. Brilliant. Our fucking hero. Our genius debater, our intellectual of our times. Once again, the Jeremy Kauffman guy, only time hearing of him is here, essentially. Right? But I've heard a lot of Dave, and what he projects to his audience and to whoever will listen to him, he projects a sense of like, I'm righteous and you're doing something, you're going for something immoral. And now he has this in front of him, and I hear fucking Zippo. Nothing. Like, what's your fucking point here then? What is your point here? At the Ed Lee. It is what it is. Let's hit play. Here we go.
And so, to me, on the continuum of like Western civilization versus barbarism, Jews are closer, Israel is closer to the kind of nation that I would want to live in. Again,
Jews are
endorsing.
closer.
Yeah,
the whole thing
that should fuck your head up when he says that first. Well, Jews are closer. I mean, Israelis are closer. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Interesting.
Fucking bullshit. Here we go.
And so, to me, on the continuum of like Western civilization versus barbarism,
when he was debating, Douglas
Jews
Murray,
are closer. Israel is closer.
Like this.
To the kind of nation that I would want to live in.
That.
Again, not endorsing.
Okay,
the whole thing just seems like a mess. It just seems like you have this intractable conflict that both sides continue to sort of break what I would consider to be decency or the ways that I would want ideally that both sides would be behaving, and you now have this conflict where it's very intractable. There's a lot of hatred on both sides. And I would prefer to just not be involved in it at all. And
Bernie Sanders, both sides.
Let them sort of fight it out. I hate that this is
agreed. Agreed. Yes. All right. Listen. Let's use that because it's a good transition.
And that's basically where I stopped caring of this conversation.
Why would he transition from there?
I know.
This is like his main topic, though.
I know. He just heard Sam Harris talk to him, and he had no real response for it. He's like, "Oh, okay, whatever." Anyway, it's a good transition into men's underwear. Hey, fellas.
No, to talk about his topic, the LP, like the Libertarian Party topic, like and how they're all woke, and fuck them. It's just that's what you had to say to that. It's like, oh yeah, I would rather be closer to Western civilization with the Jews. I mean, Israel than the barbarism.
They're closer to us.
Yeah, totally. Anyway, it's like, okay, maybe he wasn't listening. He could have just been tuned out.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But still, it's like, huh. Okay.
Hey, man, are you feeling kind of small in that certain area? Listen, go to inflatableunderwear.com. Use codename Dave, and you'll feel bigger than ever. 20% off. Codename Dave.
20% off code. Dave 20. It's Dave 20.
Dave 20.
Dave 20. 20% off.
But all right.
Don't forget to get your big black coffee, BBC, as well as the cream. Let's make it explode. Also, code name. I mean, not code name. Whatever. Coupon name. Dave 20.
Jesus Christ.
There you go.
All right. Listen, that was a marathon, but I mean, like, what do I? If you didn't hear, forgive me for my opinion, but if you didn't hear what we were hearing, like during this entire video we watched, I know we paused a lot and said a lot of words. Forgive us for having opinions, but if you listen to the go listen on your own to the video yourself. If you don't hear what the fuck we're hearing, I might call you stupid. Forgive me for that, but that's my actual opinion. Forgive me. So I once again, I understand we paused a lot. So go watch it on your own, and you tell us.
The reason why I even thought this was interesting, it's because it's one of those videos that, like you said, it's not really going to get a lot of views. It's one of those networking things because they work together. Yeah. The Libertarian Party, whatever. But this is how they do their politics, right? They're having a politics conversation, and it was all about the culture war. I guess closing the borders. I guess that's all part of politics as well. But it's just interesting to see because where Jeremy is coming from, because I've been paying attention to him or tracking him just very on the peripheral, for a couple of years, just kind of seeing because as he got more and more radical on the Libertarian Party. So, but I've never seen him on Dave's show, kind of just having a long form conversation like this. So when he came on, I was like, oh, interesting. Okay. And definitely did not disappoint. He's exactly what I thought he would be from just even his tweets. Cause I had never really heard him speak outside of shorter clips and stuff before either. But it was just, it just kind of, it gives me I guess maybe a window into some of the discourse and how maybe things are being framed in their world and what they're trying to sell. So that's why I think it's interesting because I don't know, there's sometimes I do see that there's little parts of these types of arguments that leak into other places. And I'm weird and I track things. So that's why I thought this was particularly interesting.
Now, I'll be honest, my personal sentiment was more so towards, here's this guy saying these things out loud, which once again, I've heard them before, heard the same, like similar idea, not Jeremy, but like I've heard similar ideas being said out loud. But here's someone who's not supposed to be like in that direction at all, which is a Dave Smith. And although I feel as though, like, yeah, Dave is off. I'll say that. He's off. I think on a pathological level off, personally. But just
but he's
more
linked
evidence.
up with these people with deep pockets, though. But he's also like, I'm just saying, I think that is worth like remembering, is like even like whether it's Massey and the Jeffrey Yass guy. I know I keep saying his name, but like it's just these people are not like small time, right? I mean, the Jeffrey Yass guy, like he was the biggest funder of ByteDance, which owned TikTok. He was the biggest funder of it outside of China, and that's that's culture creation. Like, what is TikTok, right? Like these things, I know it's all like money, economics, whatever, but like if we're looking at the things that they are investing in and what those things seem like they're doing, right?
Game shows.
I don't know. I feel like exactly. So, and I see Dave kind of like, putting his fucking flag or he's putting all of his cards or his chips on Massey, obviously. And I imagine he's probably going to run, right, in 2028.
Potentially.
Most likely. Who knows? I'm not saying he's going to win or anything, but
there's a good chance.
I don't know. Yeah.
From what I understand.
Because all the people that are supporting Trump, like they support Massey. It's like the Peter Thiels and this guy, Jeremy Kauffman, by the way, he works with one of the guys that work with Peter Thiel at Palantir. I forgot and he's also one of the co-owners or co-founders of that University of Austin with Barry Weiss. So there's a lot of connections there. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I think they're like, I know they may not have the biggest audiences, and it's kind of like, oh, why are you watching them? But it's like, no, I think they're an important node in a much larger like constellation of things connected to each other.
I say fair enough to that. But I will say this, basically to add to the point, where it's like, maybe you don't know all that information you just said right there, right? But the things that you're seeing on the surface, I mean, are begging, forget about, like, once again, being well researched. It's just like the idea on the surface right there is worth looking at. And like, that's where critical thinking starts at. Like, hey, here's, once again, I'm not an expert, but hey, I can ask a question like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, what was that?
Yeah.
Like, that should be like easily doable by any audience member. And the fact that it's not happening.
That's the driver. That's the driver. That's at the driver's seat. But then it's like all this other stuff. It's like, but now I'm going to come with paperwork. And I'm going to be like, hey, this question and this question and this question. You know what I'm saying? Like, now we're going to like dot our I's and like, cross our T's. Because I need some answers. I mean, you don't have to answer, but I'd like it if you would, please.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't really happen with these people. And I don't care. And for me, it's like, I don't care if you're my friend. I don't care if you're my mother. You can like, that means nothing. Really, it means nothing.
I mean, well.
No, I meant like in terms of the kind of questions I might have to ask you, or like if I'm sketched out by something. Like I don't like. There's no. It's like, oh well, this person's my friend. I don't want to like make it weird. No, I don't care. I don't care if it gets tense. Like if it has to be said, it has to be said. So.
And that's the thing with politics in general, where it's, hey, these politicians are so high up, I can't ask them questions. And then it becomes, hey, these content creators that are attached to these politicians are too high up to ask questions of, and then just like it keeps going from there. And that's the crux I'm trying to, me personally, where I'm trying to go to, where it's like dumb guy, like, hey man, this is not past the dumb guy logic test. So like, how the fuck are you falling for it as an audience member listening to this conversation, listening to Dave and Jeremy, or David and Jeremy.
Yeah, he's David now.
Having a conversation with each other, like.
I agree.
It shouldn't be like well, maybe it's just a bad show for Dave. Let me move on to the next one. Like, no, dude, hold on to all of it. As, for your own assessment, please do. But
he's in the big leagues now. I'm just saying, like, he is. It is like, I'm sorry. It's just, he's not just like some guy podcasting in his basement or his girlfriend's, apartment anymore, or his wife now. Sorry. Yeah, like this is like a business for you. But guess what? Like, the stuff that you're pushing, the things that you're contributing to, like, they do have actual real consequences on real people. So maybe like you come down from your fucking ivory tower, Dave.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, that's fair enough. I just like beg for everyone to care about everything. That's all I would ever ask for. But either way, I'll leave it there. There's your video. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree or disagree. Let it be known in the comment section. There's a lot said here. And once again, I know, like, with this one, because I was, like, before you got here, so I was doing this. Or I'm like, every 3 words, I'm like, pause. Okay, what's this? And, like yelling shit out. And, and understand, like, the kind of the flow of the conversation of Dave's video gets, like, lost because I'm pausing so often. But so, like, yo, go watch on your own. Like, forget about me. Go watch that on your own.
Yeah.
Then come back to us and, like, hear our points because you already heard it already, right? So you can hear us out a little bit.
No, that's why yesterday when Jesse and I were watching, when you guys were losing really badly at Apex because you're not very good.
We won our first game. Shut up.
So yesterday, thank you. So yesterday when Jesse and I were watching, like, we kind of watched it all. You stopped it for us a couple times because I was trying to write the timestamps, but it was just too many things. Like every 5 minutes, it's some ridiculous shenanigan. Yeah, but it's also very subtle. I think Jesse made that point earlier. I just want to repeat that because. Yeah, like he does it in a very subtle way. It's the same shit that Jared Taylor does, but it's a lot more subtle, tame. So it's almost more nefarious because it's like you might not even catch what he's saying. It is subliminal.
It's
right.
It's
like the dog whistle thing.
Yeah, it's reading the audience a little bit more than
right.
even Jared. But Jared would be a lot more overt, I think. And this guy will probably the way once again he said some wild shit in this conversation over this like hour or so of content. And he's probably reading the audience and like what's okay to say out loud and what's not, versus Jared, who's like, I made my lane, I'm going here. a little bit more. Although I think he's covering things up for maybe a more extreme idea of things potentially.
Yeah.
Or he's just a fed, who knows. But no, I get what you're saying. With that. But once again, I just want the audience to ask like the basic question, like, hey, what did you mean by that? That's all. That's all. What did you mean by that? Or Dave, you heard this. What did you think you heard? Like, what did you think about what he said? Right? Like, what did you actually think? Don't just like say, yeah, man. Let me add to that by doing this. Don't just add to it. Like, what did you interpret from what he said? Now add your, hey, I agree with you. Let's go this direction. Or maybe you ultimately disagree. Who knows? But if you're not asking the questions, like, what do we do? And that, once again, at the Edley, for the fucking audience. That's for the audience. Sorry, I think Dave is lost. I think he's lost, personally. Not permanently lost, but like this battery in your back audience gives you fucking superpowers thing. You're lost. But for the audience, when you're watching this, imagine, like, once again, you may look up to Dave Smith, but what if you have better questions to ask than Dave Smith fucking does? What if you have better assessments of the scenario than Dave Smith fucking does? What does that make Dave Smith? What does that make him if you can outflank him on these things? So don't devalue yourself for the sake of these motherfuckers on screen. Or any of us, honestly. So, like, hey, man. Gloves off, skin in the game. Who the fuck are you? You should be asking yourself that question and answering it with real confidence. Not bullshit confidence. Real confidence. Answer that fucking question. But either way, please leave your comments in the comment section. Do not forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now. All opinions are welcome, and obviously everything I showed you will be linked in that same description box. And obviously, the thing that I said, I'm changing it up now. I'm saying it in the beginning of the video now. I'm saying, yo, hey guys, and before we get started, man, give this video a thumbs down. I'll do that from now on, maybe. But for the sake of tradition, at the end of the video, most importantly, Seb, shut the fuck up. I might move you, actually. Shut up.
That's technically, see how all opinions are not welcome? Notice.
I can read minds. I know what you're going to do. Most importantly, with all that said, give this video, watch. Good. I'll give you time. Good. Say it. Give this video a thumbs down.
No, my button was stuck. Ranch this ram. Ram the ranch.
Ram the
Damn
ranch
it.
and ranch the ram. Shut the fuck up
Yep.
forever.
That's where I'm at.
Get this
Congratulations to the Knicks. Congratulations to the Knicks.
They didn't win the series yet. Give this video.
Well, they won today's game.
Oh, good for them. Give this video a thumbs down.
My
Shut
brother
up.
was crying. Sorry, little bro. Sorry for my condolences to Anthony and my brother. Sorry.
God damn it.
Go ahead.